Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Fergie Jenkins Field here at Rotary Park in the Maple City. And it's Saturday night. Baseball, that is. Not Saturday Night Live, like, I tried to do that, Brock and I worked that up. Hey, my featured guest tonight is Mr. Brock Whitson, who was a wizard on the mound last night. And Brock, hey, let's talk about early CMBA baseball and growing up in Chatham and playing ball. Tell me all the teams that you played for.
Yeah, I grew up playing a little bit when I was like 3. I started playing with like the 5-year-olds, and then once I got to about 10, I joined the Chatham Diamonds organization. Dan Moon was my coach.
Oh my!
Yeah, he's a great coach. It's like I always had great coaching on my way up, so I was always grateful. Then I ended up going to Riverside for a little bit. Came back. We won our.
They always come home. Always.
Yeah, they always come home. Won OBAs with Dan, which was a good one because we're always in the finals. We always just came up short somehow. But yeah, I grew up playing with like Sam and Garrett and Jackson Moon, who's through here, and he's hopefully going to come pitch for us sometimes. And yeah, we had a great team. It's just, yeah, it's good to be in this small town growing up.
Right on, Brock. How about your schooling? What schools did you attend here in the Maple City?
I went to St. Vincent.
A Viking.
Oh, yeah.
You know who also went? TJ Brody is a St. Vincent Viking.
Yeah, TJ's good friends with my brother. So.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I went to St. Vincent. No longer around, but it was a great school. Loved it there. UCC after that. And then went to St. Clair and Windsor for college. We're still going.
Oh, right on. Well, Meg's a UCC Lancer, too, our camera gal. Hey, listen, I was asking you, when you're the starting pitcher, what's your warm-up look like? How soon do you get out here to get prepared?
If I'm starting, I usually get up about an hour before I start stretching. I stretch for about 30 minutes. Then I do some plyo drills like drive line. And then once I start throwing, I only go about 90 feet out, really work on mechanics, finding the way through the ball, and then about a 15-minute bullpen before I start, and then I'm good to go.
Oh, fantastic. And you sang the praises of number 22, Gil Rondon, your pitching coach. He's been a big help for you.
Oh, yeah, he's, like I said yesterday, he's so smart. It's an honor to pitch under him, and I just can't wait to see what he can pull out of me.
And I was kidding you, but hey, let's say the Barnstormers needed one out. You said number 14's ready.
Oh, yeah, I'm always ready to go. If they need me to throw out an inning or strap on a helmet, I'll go out there and do what I can do in.
I love it, folks. Brock Whitson. Hey, listen, we want to ask you and tell you to have continued success. It was a treat to watch you last night. 2 earned runs, you scattered 5 hits. You were mammoth. You set the tone in a big 16-4 victory. We got these Red Sox in town, and hey, we're hoping that we can bruise them a little bit too here tonight.
Yeah, our starting pitcher's going to come out, and he's going to do a great job like he did last time against Kitchener, and it's exciting to watch Cam pitch every time, so can't wait to watch us come out and do the same thing we've been doing for the last week. So it's our team's finally coming together, and it's good to see.
Absolutely. Well, folks, his name is Brock Whitson. My name's Peter Cobb. Meg's behind the camera. In a moment, we're going to send it upstairs to Ed Myers. And I love to throw out Ed Myers tidbits. In 1962 and 63, he was the quarterback of the CCI Cougars. And Mike Renier, he's the voice of the Chatham Maroons. Brock does an outstanding job. All right, we'll be back with more baseball momentarily.
Whether you're commercial, industrial, or residential, Enyo Pest Advisors are here with passion and integrity to help. Call us for a no-obligation quote today, 226-627-4944. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Every family, every asset, every business we insure is a chapter in our story. We listen with open hearts, understanding that behind every insurance policy is a unique narrative. It's not just about numbers, it's about your dreams, your aspirations, your life. We take over your risks so you can live life to the fullest. Because we're not just some insurance people behind a desk, we're part of a community that has your back.
Live from Fergie Jenkins Field in Chatham, Ontario on Tweedsmuir. Welcome back to Chatham Barnstormers baseball on this Saturday night. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers to my left. We got Wes and Brad McDonald, your producers again this evening. Dan Dominguez, our statistician, and Peter Cobb, as you've heard on the field down there. And Ed, this has been a good group of games here for the Chatham Maroons, really hitting their stride. 3 wins out of their last 4, highlighted by really everything working last night.
Yeah, it really did, and again, they seem to be gained a degree of confidence over the last week. I was talking to a couple of players at the end of the game last night, and they seemed to indicate that they felt that the pitchers felt a little bit more confident about throwing strikes and controlling the ball game. The hitting has picked up, and they're playing a pretty good brand of ball.
Last night, 16-5 over the visitors from Kitchener, the Panthers, as the Barnstormers overmatched them, highlighted by the really crazy 8th inning last night, the bottom of the 8th. Barnstormers scored 9 runs. 6 of those base runners were walks. I believe there were 16 batters alone in the bottom of the 8th inning, and it took a long, long time. But it was worth it for the Barnstormers as they really put the boots to Kitchener last night.
Well, you need an inning like that after some of the games they've been playing with a tough loss in London on Tuesday night. It's good to get in a game, especially when you're on the receiving end of the victory. We've been in a couple of those where we weren't quite as fortunate, and they make for long games and a long wait for the next chance to improve on what you did the night before.
Last night in that ball game, 16-5 for the Barnstormers over Kitchener. Every batter was able to contribute in their own way. They all reached base one way or the other, so you had consistent hitting all throughout, and the pitching as well. We were highlighting the great pitching last night. You had the start from Brock Whitson, who was down there with Peter just a few minutes ago. Brock had a great start, 5 innings, didn't walk anybody. He had some great control all night, and that set the stage.
Yep, and he indicated that when he was being interviewed at the end of the game, that how pleased he was with the fact that he has found the plate, and he isn't working behind batters. And we sort of joke back and forth because I get tired of saying you can't play ball if you're always behind the batter, or, 1-0, 2-0, 3-1, and then you're coming to them, and they're probably going to be successful by hitting you.
We had a few hit by pitches last night, as we've seen routinely throughout this season, so that continues to be a thing. And walks were a problem for the Kitchener Panthers, especially in that bottom of the eighth last night, where they rode their starter quite a bit last night, as he went 126 pitches last night for the Panthers. They were pretty much wanting him to go wire to wire. Didn't work out. He had to get pulled in that eighth inning, and then the bullpen just wasn't up to par last night for Kitchener.
No, and again, I agree. They kept stretching him out, and even at 128 pitches, he was throwing pretty well, and had pitched well the whole night. Ball was moving. He threw a lot of strikes. He had I don't know how many strikeouts, but he had a share. I'm thinking 8 or 9, and had a great outing.
The Barnstormers now will have their second straight game in as many nights. They're right back at it again tomorrow. Another busy weekend. They'll hit the road tomorrow in London to take on the Majors at Labatt Park again, weather permitting. It seems like they've got some bad luck when they would go to London. It looks like there's going to be some rain in southwestern Ontario tomorrow. So hopefully it's not too bad and they're able to get that one in, because they don't have a lot of luck going to London so far this year.
And it's really tough to reschedule rainouts. Their schedule is pretty tight as it is, and we were talking before the game. One of the big concerns of all teams is spreading out your pitching. Do I have enough arms to play 4 to 5 games in a week with a rainout thrown in? And I'm sure that's a concern of every team in this league.
Again, when they do go to London, it's one heck of a game. That just happened a few nights ago, as they had the lead going into the bottom of the 10th, just couldn't hang on against the Majors, and that's their one loss in the last 4 games. So 3 out of the last 4 in the win column, trying to push that to 4 out of 5 here tonight. Brantford Red Sox in town, and we're a few minutes away from opening pitch, and we'll have it for you in a few minutes. We'll continue with our pregame show from Fergie Jenkins Field. It is the Barnstormers and the Red Sox. You are watching Barnstormer Baseball, presented by Canada Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
To a ball game here this afternoon, and this is the kind of baseball night that just makes you feel good all over. This certainly was at Donnybrook here yesterday, and his earned run average is 3.85. He has given up 70 walks and 178 strikeouts. He has 25 home runs and 98 runs driven in. He's a right-hand hitter standing deep in the plate. The pitch swung on by Keene. Line shot to left field, base hit. Snyder over, drives it on the skip, fires it back in, and Keene is a base runner at first. Stepping in to lead off in the ball game will be young
Welcome back to Fergie Jenkins Field on this Saturday night, IBL Baseball. Thank you for being with us. It's the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers and the Brantford Red Sox. Mike Grenier along with Ed Myers as the Barnstormers look to make it 3 wins out of 4 after a lopsided 16-5 win last night over the visitors from Kitchener, the Panthers, as Lefty's doing his thing pre-game here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Now we're also turning our attentions to later on this season with the All-Star Game, Ed, as this is new territory. Really, this is all new territory for everybody here in CK, but we can get the fans voting for maybe some Barnstormers to be in their first ever IBL All-Star Game. Yeah,
I think it's good that fans are aware of that, and it gives them an opportunity, a little hands-on in who gets to represent the Barnstormers in the All-Star Game, and hopefully people jump on that and get involved.
So that is underway now. So if you want to vote, head on to the league website. It's theibl.ca/votes and get as many Barnstormers as possible in the All-Star Game a little bit later on this season in the IBL. So again, it's theibl.ca/vote. And if you want that link, it's all over the Barnstormers social media pages on Country Night here at the ballpark at Fergie Jenkins Field, sponsored by our friends at Rock and Royal Tea, spot King Street East in downtown Chatham. So the Rock and Royal Tea with Country Night sponsoring. I've also got my part with sponsoring my radio station at CFCO here in Chatham, Country 929. You can listen to us anywhere, country929.com, and the Radio Player Canada app for all of your smart devices. Did I get the shameless plugs in okay?
Yeah, it sounded good to me.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, good. So we've got all the country music ready to go here tonight. Jeff Hopman on his normal duties, public address announcer, and got some good country tunes going on here tonight. It's Brantford Red Sox, CK Barnstormers, and as we've been talking to each other a number of times over the last few days, it's got a different feel to the team the last couple of weeks. Last time Brantford was here was not that long ago. It was about 3 weeks ago, and it was not a good night for the Barnstormers as it was 18-5. Brantford comes away with that win. It just seems like it was so long ago, and different teams were involved back then.
Yeah, they're playing a completely different style of baseball since then. And we've mentioned 2 or 3 times. The game last Saturday afternoon, 5th inning against Barrie, they had a rally, scored, went ahead, maintained the lead, won the game. And since that time, they seem to have been playing with a different air about them. The pitching has been consistent. The hitting has been spread around. It isn't all centered on 1 or 2 players. And I said, in talking to a couple of players last night, they seem to sense that, and they have a different feel about their efforts.
And with the pitching, I think that's the most improved that we've seen over the last 2-3 weeks. And not just the starters, not just the bullpen, but kind of collectively, the entire pitching staff. I don't know if it's been a bonding thing or just kind of finding their groove all at the same time, but that's been the most improved area, and that's exactly what the Barnstormers need.
Oh, for sure. And we've mentioned several times, some of these guys are just getting to know each other's first names.
Yeah.
They're unknown to each other, and they're a club that's sort of been put together in the last couple of months in terms of competing. And one of the most important parts of the game is to find pitchers who can pitch consistently. And in the first few games, we lacked that consistency. And pitching has got to be at a premium in this league because, as we said, if you have a lot of rainouts and you're getting stacked up with games, you really got to check how your available pitching for that period of time. And it's so important.
Wherever you're tuning in southwestern Ontario or the world, we thank you for having us on this Saturday night IBL Baseball with the Barnstormers and the Brantford Red Sox. Hi to the folks at Mike's Place in Chatham. They've graciously been streaming all the home games at Mike's Place, Queen Street in Chatham, and an establishment we can't really stay away from after the games.
Yes. We've tended to visit there once or twice.
And we've seen Barnstormers and coaches and people associated with the team. They're there too.
Yeah, it's good to talk to the people involved in the team and some of the players. And it's a very relaxed atmosphere, and it's a chance to debrief after the game.
We want to thank our sponsors, too, along the way. The inaugural season of Barnstormers Baseball here in CK, the IBL. We want to thank very much, of course, Ken and Essex Mutual Insurance, your title sponsor, as they've come on board, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Also the folks at 4 Diamond Catering and Events. So thanks for them for being on board, too. Batter Bus, the official transport of the Barnstormers, and the CK Fire Department as well. Our major sponsors this season on the broadcast with the CK Barnstormers. Brantford Red Sox in town, just a few minutes away from the opening pitch. And Josh Laukkanen gets the pitching matchup. Josh Laukkanen is on the hill to start off with the Brantford Red Sox tonight. Cam O'Reilly gets the matchup for the Barnstormers. We've seen this matchup already here at Fergie Jenkins Field this season, and last time out, Laukkanen had a good night on the mound as the Red Sox stifled the Barnstormers.
He's obviously been their workhorse. He's started 4 games, thrown 29 innings. He has 28 strikeouts, good ratio, 2.79 ERA, and he's 1-1 on the year. So he's had a good year. He's a good, strong pitcher, and look forward to him throwing tonight.
So it will be the Josh Laukkanen show on the mound for the Brantford Red Sox. He will get the assignment for the visitors tonight. David Alvarez will bat first as we go to the lineups. He's your center fielder for Brantford tonight. Gus Wilson plays shortstop. He bats second. Batting third, second base, Kieran Bowles. Nick Burnett, he's one of their power hitters and a threat at the plate. He's your first baseman for Brantford tonight. Batting fifth, Jeremy Veilleux. He's behind the plate as the catcher. Vibev Desai, he's the third baseman. He'll be at the hot corner batting sixth. Batting seventh, your designated hitter, it's Evan Ryan. Graham Tibbetts out in right field tonight for Brantford. He's your number eight hitter. And batting number 9, Luke Allen. He's in left field. Cam O'Reilly getting the start here for the Barnstormers tonight. And again, with most of the other pitchers on the staff that we've seen the last couple of weeks, Cam has been finding his form, rounding into where he should be this time of the year.
Pitched really well last outing. He started the game, 5 innings, gave up no hits, and found the plate, found some of his off-speed pitches, and was throwing a lot of strikes. So we hope he can continue that tonight.
Your lineup for the Barnstormers, again, right where he has been for most of this season, if not all. Spencer Marcus will lead things off. He is your right fielder tonight. Lee Kucera is back in center field, batting second. Seth Strong, he will be at first, and he bats third tonight. Batting cleanup, right where he was last night, doing a good job. Dan Patel, he'll be your shortstop for the Barnstormers. Robert Mackey, he is over at third, batting fifth. Anthony Polowick, he is your second baseman tonight. He'll bat sixth. Braxton Haggith, he's out in left field, as he normally is. He'll bat seventh. Noah Murciano is your designated hitter, batting eighth. And batting ninth is Graham Kimball, as he gets to start tonight behind the plate for the Barnstormers. And Masuki Fukuda had the assignment last night. Looks like there's going to be quite the platoon behind the plate for the Barnstormers this year.
Especially with the heat. I'm thinking, how would you like to sit down and catch 27 innings in 3 days? I don't think I'd relish that. So I think they've been able to spell each other off, and Fukuda can get a little rest tonight in between last night's game and the game in London tomorrow.
And they can be quite confident with the catching platoon that they have. Both are very more than competent catchers.
Right, and that's a luxury that you need to have, because there's a lot of teams, and a lot that I played on or been around, where you're lucky to find one catcher that you rely on from day to day, and that's a luxury.
Brantford Red Sox coming into town here tonight, and after this, they will look forward to a home-and-home with the Barrie Bay Cats. They'll go back home to their home base tomorrow to take on Barrie, and then they will return the favor on Wednesday, and another home-and-home for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. So they, after tonight, will go up to 401 a little bit, take on the London Majors at Labatt Park. That's going on at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Hopefully all the troublesome weather doesn't happen, or is moved out of the area, and to get that game in tomorrow in London. And then the Majors are coming back here for another visit on Tuesday night. So that's going to be a good test again.
Yep, they would have played each other 3 times in 7-8 days, and so they'll get to know each other quite well by the time they square off on Tuesday night.
And a budding rivalry between those two franchises in the Barnstormers' very first season here in the IBL. And looking around the stands here at Fergie Field once again, it's going to be another packed one. Looks like probably another near sellout. And that's all we've seen this season.
We have, and they've changed their pattern a little bit with the hot weather. They were coming about an hour and a half before the game and meeting people they hadn't seen in a while, and now they are slowly coming in as we've been with a lot of heat the last week. And But by the start of the game last night, our bleachers were in grandstand was pretty much full.
Earlier on today, so in total, we started off the day with 4 games in the IBL, but that's been shortened by 1. Some bad weather up in the Barrie area with the Barrie Baycats and the Hamilton Cardinals. That was postponed earlier on this afternoon, so that will be made up some other time later on this summer. Also going on, we don't have an update yet from Welland, but the Jackfish hosting the Toronto Maple Leafs Baseball Club, so we'll hopefully get an update on that one in just a little bit. And going on in about 35 minutes from now in Guelph, the aforementioned London Majors will be taking on the Guelph Royals. And those are 2 very good franchises again for this season. And so London Guelph, that's going to be a battle for maybe the top spot in the IBL.
Yeah, we've also talked about there's been a lot of jockeying for position over the last 2 or 3 weeks, and it's sort of leveled out a bit, and no one's really running away with the league. And there's been a few interesting results.
Jeff Hoffman, your public address announcer, now announcing the starting lineup for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Coming in with a record tonight, 6 wins and 9 losses. Again, winners of 3 of their last 4, and the only loss was that heartbreaker in the bottom of the 10th in London a few nights ago. So really, everyone has to be really over the moon with how the Barnstormers are. First ever season, their inaugural campaign, and they're already battling for 6th spot in the IBL.
No, it's good, and we've had the fan support. No one in this area badmouths the Barnstormers. They support them 100%, even through some very rocky starting games, and that's a credit to the baseball fans in this area.
Lots of theme nights coming up here for the Barnstormers. Again, tonight is Country Night with the Rock and Royalty establishment in Chatham. Bringing you this tonight on King Street East. Big night coming up on Tuesday. Really a special night. Not only that rivalry with the London Majors coming back into town. This should be a great ball game. But it's also the Chatham Colored All-Stars honoring night. That's with the Black Historical Society. So that's going to be a great night all around on Tuesday.
Yeah, the theme varies considerably from night to night with our country and western tonight, and getting ready for the national anthem.
As we get ready to honor our country and almost ready for IBL baseball here in Chatham tonight.
Tonight's game is presented by Victory Ford and Lincoln, located 301 Richmond Street in Chatham. Victory Ford and Lincoln wishes everyone a victory night at Fergie Jenkins Field.
Still doing a great job with O Canada before tonight's game. The IBL here at Fergie Jenkins Field, Tweedsmuir in Chatham. Mike Grenier along with Ed Myers and the rest of the crew all here tonight on this Saturday evening. Barnstormers trying to push their winning ways to 4 games out of their last 5 in the win column. Following up big win last night over the Kitchener Panthers 16-5, and really a special 8th inning last night. We were just going into that bottom of the 8th with a 7-4 lead for the Barnstormers, and we're just thinking, okay, you know what, if we can just kind of add another 1 or 2, those add-on runs, that would be great. And then they graced us with about 40-45 minutes of baseball and 9 runs.
Opened up the gates and it wouldn't shut. They kept going around, and everything happened that inning. A lot of hits. 3 passes, scored a lot of runs.
Cam O'Reilly warming up, the left-hander for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. This will be his 4th start of this young campaign in the IBL, 5th game overall. And as we talked in the pregame show, we're starting to see he and other pitching staff members get better, get more gelling with one another. But those numbers still want to come down if you're Cam O'Reilly.
Yeah, he had a couple of difficult starts, and his ERA now is down to around 12, and he brought that down considerably with his last start. He's pitched 12.2 innings and has 11 strikeouts, 10 bases on balls, and his record is 1-1.
So again, O'Reilly looking to get a big W here tonight. His record officially is 1-1, so we can get over the 500 mark early in this campaign with a victory here tonight. And facing Brantford lineup that actually has a couple of call-ups, so maybe a younger, more inexperienced lineup for Brantford here tonight. As we are almost ready to go here, David Alvarez will stroll to the plate here very shortly. Your umpires tonight, home plate, BJ Small will be calling balls and strikes. Stephen Gomez, your first base umpire, and John Thompson, who I believe was behind the plate last night, he shifts over to third base. Your umpiring crew on this Saturday night here at Fergie Jenkins Field as Alvarez strolls to the plate, and we are ready for baseball here at Fergie Field in Chatham-Kent. Another warm evening, but a little bit better than what we've seen over the last few days here in southwestern Ontario. First pitch is bounced up the middle to second base and bobbled at second, and that is going to be an error. That's an E4 to kick off this baseball game. Down at second base, and Anthony Bollowick just unable to handle that one cleanly. That was going to be a tough play anyway. It was a slow roller. And the E4 kicks off this game at 7:07 p.m. 30 Celsius, feeling more like 38 right now here at Fergie Jenkins Field. We've got a nice breeze, which we didn't have last night.
Yeah, we had no breeze until about 9 o'clock.
It's a little bit better already. Here's the second pitch of the game. This is sent deep to right field. Going back, now turning. It's off the wall. Extra bases for Gus Wilson. Played off the wall. And it's going to be a double, which will push David Alvarez to third. He'll stop there. But 2 pitches and 2 batters now in scoring position for the Brantford Red Sox. Not taking them long at all here tonight.
No, 2 swings, and they got a man on second and third. That's a good way to start a game.
Here's Kieran Bowles now batting third for the Brantford Red Sox. He's got a great opportunity here with 2 men on, both in scoring position and nobody out. Here's the third pitch of the ball game. This is high and outside. 1-0 on Kieran Bowles. Long look into the sign from Cam O'Reilly. Time is called, he steps out. Bowles coming in here, 255 batting average for the Red Sox so far. No home runs, 3 runs batted in, but he can add to that total. 1 swing here. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and this one sent to right field the other way, and this is going to tail foul and out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike, count evened up on the infielder Kieran Bowles playing second base tonight. So far, an error on the infield and a double. First 2 pitches of the ball game. Cam O'Reilly looking to bear down here. See if he can't work his way out of it. He's ready. And the 1-1 pitch again tails outside. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Brantford coming in with a 3-game losing streak, but wouldn't know it from the first couple of batters here tonight. And now the catcher for the Barnstormers, Greg Kimball, wants to talk.
Come out swinging the bats, and behind 2 balls and 1 strike. Two balls.
As he steps back into the batter's box. O'Reilly's got his sign. And the 2-1 pitch again kind of comes out of his hand, not really the way he wants it. That release point, not where he wants it early in this game, and sails outside. 3 balls and 1 strike on Kieran Bowles. Here's the 3-1. This is inside and low. And now a whole world of problems for the Barnstormers and O'Reilly. That will load the bases with nobody out. Top of the first, and it doesn't get any easier as you've got that power hitter. An imposing figure, left-hander Nick Burdett strolls in. Got a fair bit of power. Lefty on lefty matchup here. First pitch to Burdett is right there. He finds the strike zone. Good start on Burdett. Cam O'Reilly, strike 1. Crowd trying to get behind their pitcher here. In a tough spot with the bases loaded and nobody out here, top 1. Here's the 1 strike pitch. This one tails outside and low, hits the dirt. Gets away from the catcher Kemble a little bit, but he recovers, keeps it in front of him. 1 ball and 1 strike.
There's 8 RBIs at this point in time in the league. There's 3 potential RBIs sitting out there on base.
Couple of home runs, 2 so far this season. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Nice off speed as he fools him with the timing. 1 ball and 2 strikes on the left-handed power hitter Nick Burdett. Brantford Red Sox, golden opportunity for that club. Top of the first, still no score, but bases loaded and nobody out. Big pitch here from O'Reilly. He's got the sign. And the 1-2 pitch. Hips low and out of the strike zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cam O'Reilly again. 12 2/3 innings coming in tonight's game. Want to get some numbers down. That ERA above 12. He's got to work some magic here to not have that go up. There's a swing. And did he get a little piece of it, or is he punched out? He's having a conversation with the ump. I don't know if he got a piece of it. I think he struck out. I think, yeah, he's gone.
Okay, yeah, I think it was foul ball caught by the catcher.
Foul tip, all right. As Burdett is not leaving the area very quickly as he's having a conversation. Now the coaching staff for Brantford coming out and pleading their case. And now they're going to just accept it. So a strikeout. Officially now, 1 out. Cam O'Reilly get a big out. Burdett goes down on strikes. Here's Jeremy Veilleux strolling in now.
Big out. Now you set up potential for a double play. They're playing in normal depth. So they would hope for a ground ball up the middle perhaps and go around the horn for double play.
So catcher Jeremy Veilleux now up for Brantford, and that's a good moving slider that goes in for a strike. Cam O'Reilly. Last time Brantford was here at Fergie Field, that big 18-5 win for the Red Sox. Veilleux had a good night at the plate. Hold an opportunity here. Bases loaded, 1 out. Here's the pitch, line to third. Robert Mackey diving to his right. And some flashy defense in the hot corner. 2 out. The situation got a whole lot better there in a matter of a couple of minutes.
Great catch. Stretched out. All or nothing. Got the ball. That would have given it at least 2 runs, possibly 3, because when the ball gets on that left field line, if you've heard before, a lot of territory out there.
That's a 5 on your scorecard, a 5 put out, and put an asterisk next to it. Great job by Mackey to lay out, grab that line drive. 2 out now, the bases loaded. First pitch strike as Vaibhav Desai at third base tonight for Brantford. Bases still juiced, 2 out now. O'Reilly ahead of the count, no balls and a strike. He's ready, and the 0-1 trails outside now, gets away from the catcher. This is going to lead to a run. There's a little bit of communication issues there with Campbell. He just didn't go after that ball. And O'Reilly wasn't really bolting for the plate to cover it either very quickly. So that was an easy run coming in.
Yeah, there was no communication between the pitcher and the catcher. Usually the pitcher will point him in the direction of the ball. And maybe he didn't know where it was either.
So a wild pitch drives in a run. David Alvarez comes in to score. A 1-0 Brantford lead. 1-1 the count. And again, this gets away in the dirt. This time not nearly as far. Campbell able to keep it in front of him. 2 balls and a strike on the left-hander, Vaibhav Desai, third baseman for Brantford tonight. Runners now at second and third. 2 more in scoring position. O'Reilly ready. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and this one skied to the left-hand side. This will go over the grandstands and well out of play. But second strike now on Desai. 2 balls and 2 strikes. O'Reilly's able to limit the damage here to just 1 run. That will be a big, big win for him and his teammates. Starting off with the bases loaded and nobody out. 2 on, 2 out right now. 2-2 the count. 2s everywhere. Here's the pitch from O'Reilly. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A big from O'Reilly. His second of the inning. And the side is retired. So the damage limited to just 1 run on 1 hit. There was an error in the mix. 1 walk and 2 left. We go to the bottom of the first here at Fergie Jenkins Field. It's Brantford 1, Chatham-Kent no score. You are watching Chatham Barnstormers baseball, presented by Kennett Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Back here at Fergie Jenkins Field, Mike Renier along with Ed Myers, Barnstormer Baseball, bottom of the first, 1-0 lead for the Brantford Red Sox. And Spencer Marcus strolls in to lead things off offensively for Chatham-Kent. And the first pitch is a little bit outside, ball 1, Josh Laukkanen. As we have seen him on this field already. One of the top pitchers on the team for Brantford. Ball 1, this one lined the other way to right field. Base hit, that's nice fair in the right field corner. Extra bases for Marcus. He will stop it at second and stand. Goal for Spencer Marcus to lead things off in the bottom of the first. So a nice response after that turbulent top of the first for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers.
Very aggressive batter in that leadoff position. He usually is swinging at the first or second pitch. He doesn't take a lot of pitches, and probably the best thing to do because pitchers are eager to get ahead of you and throw strikes.
We'll bring up Lee Crisera in center field tonight. And this one poked the other way to right field, but right there and camping under it, making the catch in right field tonight, Graham Tibbett for the Brantford Red Sox. And Spencer Marcus had to come back to second, not deep enough for him to tag and come to third, so he remains at second base. And the Panda comes up, sets strong.
So far, he's definitely the fan favorite in Chatham.
Absolutely.
And for good reason. It's great numbers. Plays first or third or can catch if needed.
It is 8th home run in the game last night. Part of the 16-run attack for Chatham-Kent, a 16-5 win over Kitchener last night. Time is called before the first pitch thrown to Seth Strong, batting third, back at first base tonight. First pitch from Laukinen, and this one tails just a little bit inside, misses the mark. 1 ball and no strikes. It wasn't your typical home run from Seth Strong either. That was just a bullet line drive.
A screamer that went probably no more than 10, 12 feet high over the right field wall.
Normally used to seeing him have moonshots over the field house. Swing and a miss from Strong. Count even up, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Seth leads the league in home runs with 8 and is third in RBIs with 18.
Laukinen looks in, looks back at second base of the runner with the moderate lead. Here's the pitch to Strong, swing and a miss. He was going certainly over the field house with that one, with that swing, which normally is what he do. He does.
He gets his money's worth. Once he decides to swing, he gives it all.
Laukinen ahead of the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner in scoring position early on for Chatham-Kent, looking for the equalizer. Down early, 1-0. Here's the 1-2 pitch. This one fouled right back behind the plate, into the netting. Catches a piece of it and stays alive at 1-2. Sharp-dressed ball boy goes to get that behind home plate.
Ironically named Dan. We seem to have a lot of people that we know named Dan.
I think most of the crew named Dan. That leads the way. Shares my last name as well. My son down there. I have to ask him what he likes better, the ball boy out in right field or being the bad boy in the dugout.
Well, he's done pretty much everything, hasn't he, over the games?
He'll be pitching in London tomorrow. No, not quite. Not quite. Maybe someday. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Strong, and this one misses the corner, and Strong able to hang on and hold up his swing. So the count now evened up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. That was a close one. Didn't miss the inside corner by much.
Really holding Marcus close at second base. He's not getting any kind of jump on the pitch.
Seth Strong. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss as he strikes out. Some heat there from Laukinen, and a strikeout on Seth Strong. So now 2 down. Marcus remains at second base. And here's Dan Patel strolling in. Patel last night had an RBI single, 2-run single, hit by pitch, so he saw the base pass quite a bit last night. Also in the cleanup spot.
Usually he makes contact with the ball. He's been hitting around 300 for the last season and this as well. I mentioned that he played second base for the majors last year. He's been fairly versatile. I think he's played at least short and third. I thought one day he went to second. I'm not sure if I'm correct on that or not.
Can play multiple positions. Very valuable guy to have in the cleanup spot once again here tonight. This one, got a pretty good pitch to hit. Fouls it off to the left-hand side. Leaving up the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Josh Laukinen. It's his 5th game started. Comes in with a 1-1 record. A very good 2.79 ERA coming into tonight's game. Chatham-Kent trying to bump that up a little bit right here. Here's the 1-1 pitch swatted at. And again, this will be fouled back to the screen on the left-hand side. So once again, Laukkanen getting ahead of the count, 1-2.
Laukkanen moves the ball around really well. And he's not coming to the batter. And he had to reach for both those last 2 pitches. He's around on the outside corner.
1-2 on Dan Battelle. Here's the pitch. This one again, he gets a little piece of lumber on it. Stays alive, fouling it off. Still 1-2. Playing shortstop tonight. Robert Mackey on deck, trying to get a turn here in the bottom of the first. Robert Mackey at third tonight. Battelle holding strong at 1 ball and 2 strikes against Laukkanen. Pitcher is set. Look back to second base. 1-2 pitch. Just missing the inside part of the plate once again. As home plate umpire BJ Small not giving the inside edge to either side very easily early on in this game. And BJ Small, the home plate umpire. Stephen Gomez at first and John Thompson at third this evening. Here's the pitch to Battelle. This one again fouled off. Good at bat here by Dan Battelle. .295 average coming into tonight. Still looking for his first home run of the season. 8 knocked in. Looking for number 9 right here. Got a man at second. He's made Laukkanen throw quite a few pitches to him in this at bat. Count remains 2-2. Here's the pitch. Again, that one looked a little bit out of the zone, but swatted at and fouled off again. So Battelle getting his money's worth on this at bat here. Barnstormers off to London tomorrow against the Majors at 4 p.m. And London coming right back here Tuesday night for a 7:35 opening pitch. Get your ticket to be here, ckbarnstormers.com. Laukkanen ready. Once again, the 2-2 pitch. This one sent to shallow center. This might be trouble. It falls in for a base hit. That will be an RBI single as Marcus comes in to score. And Battelle, the cleanup hitter, drives in the Barnstormers' first run of the night. It's a 1-1 tie.
Little cat and mouse in that matchup. He was throwing to him outside. He fouled him off 3 or 4 times, and he finally came into him, and he got the single. So Battelle wins round 1.
Absolutely. Hard-fought battle for both. And Battelle able just to drop it into shallow center field. That will give Robert Mackey a turn at bat here, bottom of the first. A couple of hits last night, including a 2-run single for Robert Mackey. Swing and a miss. Back in his number 5 hole, though he's changed defensive positions at third. He was at second last night. All the position players driving in at least 1 run last night. Big evening, a 16-5 win. 1-1 here tonight. Here's the 0-1 pitch, just a little bit up high above the belt. Laukkanen 1-1 on Robert Mackey. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Just a little bit ahead of that ball. And Mackey in the hole. 1 ball and 2 strikes. .342 average. Really good average for Mackey early in this season. Trying to add to that right here. Now a throw over. This is going to be a close one. Just getting back safely in time. Dan Battelle. That was a close throw over to first base. We saw a pickoff successful last night, as a matter of fact.
Yep, was Marcus got picked up last night. Just leaned a little bit. And they got him in the middle of a stride and he couldn't get back.
Houken and ready. And the 1-2 inside. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's breeze coming in our direction tonight, something we did not have last night. It was still as still could be last night at this time.
It marked the hour. It was 9 o'clock, and that one flag started to move a little bit.
We got a little relief. There's a right back up the middle off of the pitcher's foot, and that's going to be an infield hit for Robert Mackey as he shoots that one right back up the middle. And before pitcher Laukinen can really do anything, that goes right off of his foot, like that was his left foot. And that's going to be an infield hit for Robert Mackey as that keeps the lineup going here. Anthony Polowick is now up for the Barnstormers.
And I got to say it, Mackey is back.
You're going to say
that every night.
You're going to say it.
I'm waiting for some sort of response.
Mackey's back in town. That's how you have to do it.
Yeah, I say we got to have the call up to the bat with Bobby Darin's tune.
We'll get Jeff Hopman on it.
Yeah.
His walk-up music.
Right.
Bobby Darin. I'm sure he can find it. Here's the 1-0 delivery up the middle again and through a base hit. Rounding third, a chance for another run here for the Barnstormers, and they will get it. As Patel comes in to score. Mackey to second. Polowick with an RBI single, and the Barnstormers lead it 2-1. A lot happening here with 2 out. We had 2 out and Marcus on second, and we've had 3 consecutive singles. Now the Barnstormers are up.
Polowick is one of the individuals I was talking to after the game last night, and he's really excited to be here. He's enjoying playing with the Barnstormers, and good to see him rewarded.
Braxton Haggith, the 7th batter for the Barnstormers, gets jammed, and a bit of a weird hop on the outfield grass, but taken care of by the second baseman Bowles. He'll go to the second for the force out and retire the Barnstormers. However, a good bottom of the first for CK. 2 runs on 4 hits, and it's Chatham-Kent up 2-1 on the Brantford Red Sox at the end of 1. Back with inning 2 coming up. You're watching Barnstormers baseball from Fergie Jenkins Field, presented by Ken and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Whether you're commercial, industrial, or residential, Enyo Pest Advisors are here with passion and integrity to help. Call us for a no-obligation quote today, 226-627-4944. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Every family, every asset, every business we insure is a chapter in our story. We listen with open hearts, understanding that behind every insurance policy is a unique narrative. It's not just about numbers, it's about your dreams, your aspirations, your life. We take over your risks so you can live life to the fullest. Because we're not just some insurance people behind a desk, we are part of a community that has your back.
Back here, top second at Fergie Jenkins Field. In Tweedsmuir and Chatham, it's a 2-1 Barnstormer lead on the Brantford Red Sox. Mike Grenier along with Ed Myers. And for Brantford, it's going to be Evan Ryan, your designated hitter, starting the top of the second off. Ryan, Tebbett, and Allen. That pitch trails a little bit outside from Cam O'Reilly. That's his 20th pitch of the evening. Both pitchers having to throw quite a few pitches in inning number 1. Is the ball, one pitch. That one just a little high, doesn't get the call.
O'Reilly is flying open. He's not getting through the pitch, and usually that is corrected by his right elbow. If he pulls down with his right elbow, the left arm will come through, and he won't be high and outside.
It's amazing the things you say, and then some good things happen right after as he throws his strike right on target there.
Well, he does throw it, but when the ball comes high and outside, he's not pulling himself down through the pitch.
O'Reilly ready in the 2-1. Just a little bit low. Campbell doing the best he could to maybe pull that up a little bit, frame it, but no dice, says BJ Small, your home plate umpire tonight. 3-1 on Evan Ryan. O'Reilly ready. 3-1 is sent with a shot to center field, going back, but getting a beat on it, making the catch in center, Lee Casera. And as the season goes on, you think that Casera can really catch up with anything that's thrown out there.
He's got a really quick first step, and he anticipates well. And balls that we think are up the alley, he's standing there waiting for them.
Shades of Devon White, early 90s in Toronto.
Yeah, he gets a really good jump on the ball.
Big out there, one out to kick off the top of the second. That will bring up Graham Tebbett, your right fielder for Brantford tonight. First pitch right there. Nice movement on that pitch. Strike one. Here's a strike one pitch, and that does catch the inside part of the plate. O'Reilly nicely ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Just a 118 average early this season for Tebbett. Swan, a 2-hopper to second base. On to first. No problem at all. 2 up and 2 down. Hollowick over to Strong. 4-3 putout. And Luke Allen, your number 9 hitter for Brantford, steps in here. Left hand. Lefty on lefty matchup. Much better start to inning 2 than inning 1 for the left-hander for the Barnstormers. Here's the first pitch, and that one trails just a little bit high on Luke Allen. O'Reilly started this game. Bases loaded and nobody out. And fortunately for Chatham-Kent, able just to escape that inning with 1 unearned run against him. This one is shot to right field, but it's high in the air. He gets under it, and that is hauled in by Spencer Marcus. 3 down go the Brantford Red Sox in the top of the second. A great bounce-back inning for Cam O'Reilly. And it remains a 2-1 lead for the Barnstormers. To the bottom of the second we go. Barnstormers baseball presented by Canada Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Bottom second here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Barnstormers back up to the plate, up 2-1 on the Brantford Red Sox. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers, the rest of the crew, all here on this Saturday night. A beautiful night for baseball. IBL action, one of 3 games going on. One game rained out up in Barrie earlier on this afternoon. Noah Murciano, your 8th batter to lead things off. He hits the first pitch, a multi-bouncer to short. They've got to hurry across the diamond, and by a step, they retire Noah Murciano. 1 pitch and 1 out. Kick off the bottom of the second.
Good play by the shortstop. Got a good jump on it. Came up throwing. Made a great good throw to first base.
Gus Wilson, shortstop tonight for Brantford. Greg Kimball getting the start catcher tonight for the Barnstormers. Bakuda with the assignment last night. Kimball and Marcus up next. First pitch makes the inside part of the plate. Strike 1.
Kimball, as you might recall, got the Barnstormers' first hit in the first game. Fitting, as he's a Chatham guy, lives in Sarnia now.
Great night that was back 18th of May. Barnstormers born. Against tonight 6-9. This one slides outside the zone, does not get the call.
He nibbles on those corners. He's around the corner at all times.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. This one a swing and a miss. Mighty swing there from Kemble. Couldn't catch up. And now Laukkanen evened up on the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2. This one the other way, lined right to first base. And gobbling that one pretty easily at first. There's Nick Burdett. That's the second out of the bottom of the second. So we return to the top of the order. Leadoff hitter Spencer Marcus trying to keep the second inning alive. Marcus scoring the Barnstormers' first run in the bottom of the first. He led off the game offensively with a double. This one lined to left field. That will fall in for a base hit. And he rounds first, but he thinks better of it. And he'll retreat back to first. So a long single in that fairly large void in left field. I'm sure some can easily stretch that into a double.
Yeah, it's a big area out there, and it's deceptive in that we say for you people who are watching from out of town, it's very asymmetrically laid out, and the left to center and left field is where the field opens up.
It's one of those quirks that we have here. Beautiful spot, Fergie Jenkins Field. If you haven't been to the park yet for a game here, highly encourage you to do that. Love to see you on down. Next game for the Barnstormers after tonight will be Tuesday, as the London Majors will be in town after the team pays them a visit tomorrow in the Forest City. This one popped up foul, maybe playable, but no, it falls into the stands right-hand side. And nice catch on the harem in the top row over there.
Sign him up.
Yep. Roster expands for the Barnstormers from there.
You never know.
You just never know. Come to a game, you might be on the roster in a couple hours. Lee Kucera for his second time up. Wide out to right, his first time last inning in the first. There's a mighty swing, but he can't catch up to it. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes from Josh Laukkanen. Another excellent crowd on here tonight. Here's the 0-2, and this one trails well outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Uncharacteristic of pitching for him, at least. He's really under control. If you watch his every movement is controlled. His head is totally still when he delivers the ball, and he's around the plate.
He's ahead of the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch down the left field line. That one kicks foul right before the bag. He'll try another swing at least here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Spencer Marcus at first. He's 2 for 2 tonight. On a very big lead over there. Alkinen takes a peek over anyway. And he's ready. With the 1-2 pitch. This one jammed right back to the pitcher over his head. This is going to be a tough play. And not even. Oh, I don't know about that one. I didn't think that was close. I thought he was safe by a stride and a half. And many hundreds of people here at Fergie Jenkins Field also thinking he was safe. However, as we take a look, he was pretty safe. However, the fellow who makes the rules over there, Stephen Gomes, he says he was out.
And he must have been out because the umpire said so.
That's right. And you'll also say that all season long.
Ernie Harwell.
End of 2. We'll be back in the third inning in just a moment. 2-1 Barnstormers over the Red Sox. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball presented by Ken and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Top third here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Mike Grenier along with Ed Myers. And it's a 2-1 lead for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers over the Brantford Red Sox. We're back at the top of the order with David Alvarez in center field tonight. Swing and a miss. A mighty swing by the left-hander. Couldn't catch up to that one. Nice movement from O'Reilly there. Evening up the count at 1-1 strike. Alvarez reaching base to start off this game. The first pitch, as a matter of fact, an error on the infield, allowing him to take first base. And now he'll send this one, a tough one along the left-hand side, shallow left field. Nice play at third base. That was not easy. Robert Mackey going against the infield. And when you're running towards the outfield and trying to get that fly ball, that is not an easy task.
And straight over his head. And so basically you're doing a Willie Mays type of catch.
As we remember him.
Yes. I still remember the 1954 World Series catch of Vic Wertz of the Cleveland Indians. That's probably everybody who's listening to this broadcast has seen it to this week.
That one in the dirt. I remember it too. On tape. Several decades later after it happened.
Well, I saw it live on TV.
Not going to age you, but Alvarez a fly out. One out here, top third. And this one, again, flies outside. 2 balls and no strikes on Gus Wilson. He had a double, top first. Here's the 2-0 pitch. This one just missing the outside part of the plate. And Wilson able to run the count to 3 balls and no strikes. Back at the top of the first 3, Brantford Red Sox reaching base. Bases loaded, nobody out. And they were able to get one run. This one again tailing outside, so a 4-pitch walk to Gus Wilson. He'll reach base for the second time this evening. A 1-out walk. Back in that first, again, if you're just joining us a little late, that was an ominous start, but good job by Cam O'Reilly to dance out of that one, giving up just one run after bases loaded, nobody out. Looks like he found his groove by the fourth batter.
Definitely a factor in the game so far. Could have been a big, huge inning for Brantford, but he pitched his way back, and we scored in the first inning and have a 2-1 lead.
A great inning in the second inning, short inning by O'Reilly. 1-out walk, and the first pitch here to Kieran Bowles, fouled off right-hand side.
He's only given up one hit.
Now back in the first, that was the double by Wilson. He also gave up a walk. That error didn't help out. Another walk here in the third inning to Gus Wilson. 0-1 on Bowles. Here's a pitch from O'Reilly. Again, this one trailing. Oh, looked like it was going to be outside the zone, but he gets the call. Some work in your favor and some don't work in your favor.
They all balance out. That's what they say. Be patient.
Things will come back in your direction. 0-2 now. O'Reilly ahead of the count. Barnstormer's left-hander goes to work. Runner goes. Pitch is in the dirt. And that's going to be an easy steal for Gus Wilson. And not an easy one to handle. Mike Kemble behind the plate for the Barnstormers. That puts a runner in scoring position for the Sox. On a 1-2 count on Bowles. Here's the pitch. Again, that one trails just a little bit outside. 2-2. Big left-hander Nick Burdette. Cleanup hitter waiting on deck. O'Reilly ready. Here's the 2-2 pitch again. That one flying right out of his hand. And the count is now full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. We've seen that a number of times tonight.
Yeah. Flying open, not pulling his arm down across his body, which he has to do. Pretty common. I'm sure he's been reminded of that a few times.
3-2 pitch. That one slapped out. A slow roller to second. Tough play on to first. And in time to get Kieran Bowles. So a good job at second. Anthony Pollowig staying with that grounder. And a clean throw to first. So that's a big out. Second out of the inning. And Wilson moves to third. Two out now for Brantford. Runner at third base. Gus Wilson, 90 feet away. And the power hitting cleanup hitter for Brantford here takes the first pitch. Nice movement. Strike one.
Good pitch. It looked like he was looking for something hard and fast over the plate. And he crossed him up a bit with a curveball.
Now Burdette calls time and steps out. Cam O'Reilly looking to get out of this mini jam top 3. Here's the 0-1. This one, as Burdette gives that one heck of a ride, but one heck of a foul ball as that one well out of play.
Got ahead of it. He hit it well, but he was way ahead of it.
He's a powerful fella, so when he gets his pitch, he can drive it a long, long way. Here's O'Reilly, though. He's nicely ahead of the count. No balls and 2 strikes. He's locked in. And the 0-2, this one, another bouncer towards second base. Picked up, firing to first. Nice pick by Strong at first. And that will retire the side, leaving a runner at third base. No further damage. As we go to the bottom of the third, the Barnstormers of Chatham-Kent still up 2-1 on the Brantford Red Sox. To bottom 3 we go. You're watching Barnstormers Baseball, presented by Kennett Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Back here at Fergie Jenkins Field, bottom of the third, we go. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers, along with Wes and Brad McDonald, your producers tonight. Peter Cobb on field. And our statistician, Dan Dominguez, all here on a Saturday night. Barnstormers with a 2-1 lead on the Brantford Red Sox, looking for their 4th win out of 5 games is Chatham-Kent. And for their 4th straight win here at home. It's been some good home cooking the last couple of weeks.
Really good. And there's been some good baseball played here in the last while. And we're getting to know our players a little bit better, too. When we started out, we really didn't know anyone. I knew 2 or 3 names from people from the community. That was about it. But we're starting to get to understand our players a bit, too.
Been a great few weeks, first few weeks of IBL baseball here in Chatham-Kent, the inaugural season. And Seth Strong, certainly a fan favorite, maybe more so than anybody else on the team. He strolls in and takes the first pitch to him on the outside corner, strike 1 on Seth Strong.
Commenting at the end of that last half inning, very few low short hops that he does not come up with. I've seen him come up with pretty well every one this year.
Takes this one to shallow right. Right field camping under it and making the catch out there. Graham Tebbett, your right fielder. And now Seth Strong 0 for 2 in this young ball game. And Patel, the cleanup hitter, strides in here for the 2nd time tonight. Back in the first, he had an RBI single. Drove in Spencer Marcus, and that kicked off 3 straight singles as the Barnstormers scored 2. 2-1 lead as they enjoy right now. Now right back to the mound. And the pitcher will run this one 3/4 of the way to first base, then shovel it up for the out.
He had a changeup back at the pitcher. It hit right on the end of the bat. The pitcher was waiting for the ball to get there. Made a good play.
Laukkanen helps himself out there with that one. Toss over to first, so quickly 2 up and 2 down. 1-3 put out on Patel. And now Robert Mackey. What's that line again, Ed?
Can't say it.
Oh, you can't. So actually, our good friend Bill Robinson, not the one that we necessarily know from CKSS, but the younger slightly, Bill Robinson says, look out, old Mackey is back.
Yes.
So he gets it.
Good.
He gets the reference, thanks to Bill peering in on the broadcast here tonight.
Bobby Darin.
Yeah, I think it's going to be
Look out, old Mackey's back.
Yeah, that song will be either walk-up music or bumper music going to commercial. That one, swing and a miss, and I don't know if he got a piece of it or just flat out hit the catcher in the helmet.
It looked like it hit him on the top of the helmet. It was a strange bounce. Maybe it hit the umpire.
Nobody on, 2 men out, bottom 3 to 2-1 Barnstormer lead. Mackey 1 for 1 with that single in the first. Part of that 2-run bottom of first of the Barnstormers. 2-1 they lead right now. Swing and a miss. And Josh Laukkanen looking locked in here, bottom 3. Laukkanen looks in. Here's a 1-2 pitch, and this one down the third baseline. That kicks foul.
Now, if we'd heard from my age, Bill Robinson, he could probably sing all the lyrics. He would know that.
Can we make that happen? Because I think that would be amazing.
Make his stage appearance
Extra.
at the ball game. He builds in St. Thomas these days.
We'll get him. I'll drive him personally down here so that can happen. This one skied to shallow left field off the bat of Mackey. And coming in actually a long way was Luke Allen. And he made the catch. So 3 up, 3 down for the Barnstormers. Bottom 3, we have played 3 complete. And Chatham-Kent remains on top 2-1 over the Brantford Red Sox. Back with the 4th at the moment. You're watching Barnstormers baseball from Fergie Jenkins Field, presented by Canada Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. played 3 complete. We're to the top of the 4th here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Mike Grenier along with Ed Myers, a 2-1 lead for Chatham-Kent over Brantford. And Jeremy Veilleux now will step in here to kick off top 4. It's your catcher for Brantford tonight. First time up, a defensive gem as Robert Mackey snagged a line drive off of Veilleux's bat. And Mackey with a great catch. Takes the first pitch outside, ball 1. The 2-1 Barnstormer lead.
Veilleux is hitting 302 with 9 RBIs. Very respectable average in run production.
Definitely a threat at the plate. Takes this one outside. He's ahead of the count. 2 balls and no strikes. And Cam Riley into his 4th inning of work. He's had a solid 3 innings. Couple of jams, but he's been able to get out of them. Just the 1 run against him. This one now is popped up. This will go out of play behind the plate. And Riley climbing back into this one. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Looking at our favorite flags out there, they appear to have gone limp again. Feels warmer than when the game started.
Yeah, he had that nice breeze to begin the game. It's been a still weekend here in CK. Warm and humid on top of that. That one misses the plate just by a little bit. As O'Reilly does not get the call. 3 balls and 1 strike. Leadoff hitter Jeremy Veilleux leading off here in the 4th anyway. The 5 spot in the lineup. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And this one fouled off. Jammed on the hands.
It was a good pitch. He pulled himself right through the strike zone and delivered a very good pitch.
That marks 50 pitches from O'Reilly. It's the stats man, Dan, keeping us on top of that. So 50 pitches right now. Just a little bit above where he'd like to be. 3+ innings. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and this one is low and inside, ball 4. So a leadoff walk. Nothing really want to do. Leadoff an inning. Jeremy Veilleux draws the bases on balls. We'll bring up Bev to say. Lefty on lefty. He struck out back in the 1st inning. And that got O'Reilly out of the 1st inning jam. That bases loaded, nobody out situation where he only gave up that 1 run. And his first pitch trails inside for ball 1. One ball pitch, and that gets away, and now the runner goes to second base, and uncontested as that one just got away from Kemble. That's going to be a wild pitch on O'Reilly. So now Brantford with a runner in scoring position. That's the tying run at scoring position. And a 2 balls and no strikes count on Desai. Riley with that long look into Kemble. Here's the 2-0 pitch. This one smoked the other way to right field, going the other way. Long run, and that's going to be over the head of Braxton Haggith. That looks like it will produce the tying run. There is going to be no relay from the shortstop. And an RBI double for Desai. That cashes in Veilleux, and we are in a 2-2 ball game, top of the 4th.
Try to avoid getting into the rut of working behind the batters. He had to come to him. And that seems to be the result more often than not.
Back in the 2nd and 3rd, he was able to get those first pitch strikes and kind of get more in the groove, but for whatever reason, he's just not quite hitting that stride so far here in the 4th inning. 2-2 tie, top of the 4th here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Still nobody out. Runner at second. That's Desai on that RBI double to left. Here's Evan Ryan now, your batter for Brantford. He takes the first pitch inside and low. Ryan 0 for 1 back in the 2nd inning. Flew out to center field. That was a nice bounce back 2nd inning for O'Reilly. He had a quick one in the 2nd after throwing 19 pitches, giving up that 1 run in the 1st. Here's a slider that catches the inside part of the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike on the DH, Evan Ryan. pitch once again. This one inside and low on the batter. 2 balls and a strike.
So far this inning, he's been all over the place. He's got to settle into a pattern where he can throw some consistent strikes.
O'Reilly with some long look-ins here in this 4th inning. And now time is called, I believe, granted to the batter, Evan Ryan. Country nights, country theme night here at the ballpark, sponsored by Rock and Royal Tea Establishment in King Street, downtown Chatham. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and again, this one a little bit too much movement inside and low in the dirt. Some control difficulties here for Cam O'Reilly, top 4. In danger of putting on another base runner. 1 run already in. And Desai at second base. He's got a fairly big lead. He faked a start to third, and a nice slider there will fill up the count. O'Reilly needed that one.
He's got to give that runner at second base more than one look as well. He may find he'd be standing on third base, so he doesn't look him back.
Doesn't even really look at him, and now he's dancing around back there. Now he has a look back. And here's the 3-2 pitch, and this one is a chopper to short. Going to third, trying to get the lead runner, and unable to get the tag down as the foot of Desai beats the tag. And a gamble there for the Barnstormers on the infield, trying to cut down the lead runner. Does not work. And now first and third, still nobody out.
Patel was right in going for the runner at third base. That's the old rule. If you're on second base, if the ball goes to the right side of the infield, you go to third. If it goes on the left side of the infield, you stay put. And he went, and Patel played the odds, and he just missed the tag, or there's something happened there, but that's the bag he should have gone to.
So that's a fielder's choice. We have runners at the corners, still nobody out, and this one with a lot of movement inside and low to Graham Tebbett, number 8 hitter, right fielder tonight for Brantford. Desai at third. Ryan reaches at first base. 1 run already in. There's a pitch that trails low outside. And 2 balls and no strikes. So a tough inning here, 4th inning for Cam O'Reilly. The 2-0. This one smoked to left field into no man's land. This will be extra bases, and Brantford takes the lead. This will be a double play at third, but unable to get that tag in at third base is Ryan, and Tebbett has a double, RBI double, and Brantford now takes the lead. It's 3-2. Desai comes in to score. Ryan stops at third. RBI double for Graham Tebbett. So he's 1 for 2. And now pitching coach Gil Rondon go down and try and calm down his starter, Cam O'Reilly. He really had 3 innings of good pitched baseball. And he's just run into a whole world of problems here in the top of the 4th. Already giving up 2. He's got 2 more in scoring position, still looking for that first out of this inning.
I'm sure Gil is giving him all sorts of words of encouragement. Gil is a very knowledgeable coach, has vast experience in the baseball world, and I'm sure he's trying to impart some of that to O'Reilly.
Former Houston Astro. Part of a great staff the Barnstormers have pulled together here from the top down. This has been a great inaugural season for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Lots of excitement here at the ballpark. The turbulence here at top of the 4th. 2 runs in, a 3-2 Brantford lead. Infield is in. Play obviously at the plate coming up. And first pitch, swing and a miss. Luke Allen, number 9 hitter, left field tonight. Good bounce back pitch from O'Reilly. Here's the 0-1, and this one again, breaking ball released too early, and that goes way inside. 1 ball and 1 strike, lefty on lefty. 3 infielders on the edge of the grass. 1-1, nice fastball outside part of the plate. And now O'Reilly ahead of the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big pitch here. Finally gets the call he likes. And O'Reilly with the 1-2 pitch. This one skied to right field, fairly deep. Looking back, looking up, and it is gone. A 3-run home run to right field from Luke Allen. And the top of the 4th goes from bad to worse. It's a 6-2 lead and a 5-run inning for the Brantford Red Sox as they have put some distance between them and the Barnstormers now. On a 1-2 pitch where the pitcher was ahead of the game, and he gives that one up.
Yep, he had a pitch to waste if he needed, but he came to him and he got all of it. Definitely a home run.
Back to the top of the order. Here's David Alvarez for the 3rd at bat tonight. Pitch from O'Reilly misses the outside edge. 1 ball and no strikes. And to see if there's any activity coming up here for the Barnstormers in the bullpen. Looks like there's going to be a little bit of activity. Now this one fouled off to the left-hand side. 1 ball and 1 strike. Looks like Pettipiece at least is up and moving. Rough 4th inning here for the Barnstormers and O'Reilly. Here's the 1-1. And this one doesn't catch the plate. 2 balls and a strike. He looks in, and now here's the 2-1. This one lifted the other way to left field. Again, a lot of ground to cover, moving over, trying to get there. And this one is a fair ball. It lands fair just by a few inches. And bad luck there for the Barnstormers. This will be another extra base hit. David Alvarez going the other way. And a double. Puts another one in scoring position. That was a long way to go for Braxton Haggith, and that one just falls in fair. So a runner at second, still nobody out. 6-2 lead for the Brantford Red Sox over the Barnstormers in a 5-run inning. And still nobody out, top 4. It's reached base twice so far, has Alvarez. As Gus Wilson up now. 73 pitches. Just the 73rd there by the night starter for Chatham-Kent, Cam O'Reilly. Kenny Williams now also moving around in that bullpen for the Barnstormers. It's throwing. And some nice movement on that pitch. Catches the plate, no balls and 2 strikes on Gus Wilson. He is doubled, he has walked. 3rd at bat already here in the top of the 4th. 7th batter of this inning, still nobody out for Brantford. O'Reilly ready. It's back quickly at second base, and the 0-2 pitch. This one skied to left field, again fairly deep. Moving back is Haggith. He has a beat on it, and he makes the catch in deep left field. Tagging coming to 3rd, and maybe a play, but not in time as the runner Alvarez moves to 3rd. As Wilson moves him up 90 feet. Finally, the first out of the top of the fourth inning. And this will bring up Kieran Bowles, your second baseman for Brantford, batting in the 3-hole tonight.
It's hard hit balls during that sequence. Getting around and making good contact. And again, that's what happens to a pitcher when you're having trouble throwing strikes. You struggle to simply throw a strike, and batters get ahead of you.
First pitch to Bowles. He skies this one. The infield behind second base. Shortstop moves over to make the play, and turning around to make sure the runner holds at third base. Nice job by Dan Patel to make the catch and look the runner back to third base. So second out now in this top of the fourth inning. And to make it a bat around inning, here's Nick Burdett, the cleanup hitter, who's come in with a strikeout in the first and grounded out to second his last time up, last inning in the third. 5 runs across here in the fourth for Brantford, and they have a 6-2 lead. Here's the first pitch from O'Reilly. Remains up. 1 ball and no strikes. Couple of RBI doubles. Home run from Allen. Lots of offense here for Brantford in this top of the fourth. Swing and a miss by Burdett. 1 ball and 1 strike on the cleanup hitter. Here's a pitch from O'Reilly. This one smoked to right field, and this one will go foul.
I heard it. Come on.
A little nervous times there. Waiting for that one to kick foul.
Got an off-speed pitch, and he got just a little bit in front of it.
Now O'Reilly ahead of this count. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Nick Burdett. Looking to keep Jeremy Veilleux out of the batter's box in this inning. He waits on deck. Here's the pitch as this one trails outside a little bit. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Alvarez at third. O'Reilly ready. And here's the 2-2 pitch, and this one low. Another full count from Cam O'Reilly. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Kenny Williams warming up in the bullpen for the Barnstormers. We saw Pettipies getting up and moving around too. And it's been a struggle in this fourth inning for O'Reilly. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and this one low and outside. Ball 4, so the 9th batter of the inning draws a walk. It's the 2nd walk of the inning.
Yeah, he's having real trouble finding the plate, and really have to focus to change your fortunes. It's tough to do in the middle of an inning.
First and third, 2 out. That's your scene here, top of the fourth. 5 runs already in, and a very long top of the fourth here for Brantford. And the Red Sox have a 6-2 lead on the Barnstormers. Here's Jeremy Veilleux. He started off this inning by walking. And he takes the first pitch in for a strike. He walked several minutes ago to start off this top of the fourth. Brought in by an RBI double by Desai. And it's been not a pretty inning since then for Chatham-Kent. Here's the strike 1 pitch. This one in the dirt once again inside. Here's the 1-1. This one again will get in the dirt, and this gets away from the catcher. This will lead to another run, and it goes wide. This is an errant throw, and across the diamond to third, and almost getting Burdett down at third base, but he is safe in at third. So a wild pitch gets the 7th run of the night and the 6th run of the inning for the Brantford Red Sox.
And I mean, nice throw across the infield. It was like his catching days. He threw a bullet from in front of the first base dugout to third base. The strike. It was a great throw.
So Burdette now at third. And Bayou skies this one into the outfield. In straightaway center field. This one, no problem at all. Hauled in by Lee Casera. That ends a very long top of the fourth. 6 runs in for the Brantford Red Sox. And they now enjoy a big 7-2 lead on the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. To the bottom of the fourth we go. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball, presented by Kennett Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Bottom of the fourth here at Fergie Jenkins Field. A big offensive uprising in the top four for the Brantford Red Sox. 6 runs across. And they now have a 7-2 lead on the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. 11 batters for Brantford in that top of the fourth. And a long, long inning, especially for Cam O'Reilly. So we'll see if he comes back for the 5th inning of work.
Well, let's see if we can have a long inning of our own and see if we can rally a bit. Chop away at a few runs.
Barnstormers have the offense to do it. You don't have to look back very far to verify that with the 16 runs scored last night.
Yep. Play them 1 inning at a time, 1 out at a time, and let's see what happens.
6, 7, and 8 batters for the Barnstormers. Anthony Polowick, he strides in here to lead off the bottom of the fourth. First pitch is a strike from the pitcher Josh Laukkanen. He's been the beneficiary of lots of offense from his teammates tonight. Last time Brantford was here, here's a chopper to first and an easy play for Burdette. He'll play it himself. 3 unassisted. Start off this bottom of the 4th inning. So Polowick retired. This brings up the left fielder Braxton Haggett. Grounded out to shortstop his first time up. It's the last out of the 1st inning. That was a good inning for Chatham-Kent, bringing in a couple of runs. At the time leading 2-1, but that was all erased in the top of this inning. First pitch to Haggith, runs outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Follow-up pitch. That curled to the outside part of the plate, says your home plate umpire tonight, B.J. Small. Laukkanen gets the call. 1 ball and 1 strike. Pitch to Haggith, and again this one hits the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So now Laukkanen staked to a 5-run lead. He looks pretty comfortable out there, and he can just kind of do his thing.
Yeah, he's just rearing back and throwing strikes.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. This one sent the other way to left field. And this one will go well foul after a long run by the left fielder, Luke Allen. Haggith remains up there. 1 ball and 2 strikes against him. Here's the pitch from Laukkanen. This one slapped the other way to third. Nice play at the hot corner. Long throw over. And got him. Not by much. For a half stride, he's out. And Braxton Haggith, 2nd out of the inning, but a nice throw across the diamond there by Desai. 2 up and 2 down. bring up Noah Murciano, your designated hitter tonight for the Barnstormers. Grounded out to shortstop his first time up back in the second. First pitch rides high. Here's the 1-0. This one fouled off the facade above us. Ball and one strike. Noah Murciano, Greg Kemble waiting on deck. Your catcher tonight.
The two of them are about the same stature, about the same height, tall, slim guys, and they resemble each other. They both catch.
Left-hander trying to mount some kind of rally here offensively for the Barnstormers. Takes his next pitch in for a strike. And once again ahead of the count, Josh Laukinen, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Looking for a quick inning for his team. After being staked to a big lead, this one right back to the mound. Another chopper back to the pitcher. And a short throw over to first. And that will do it. 3 up, 3 down. We have now played 4 complete at Fergie Jenkins Field. It's a 7-2 lead for Brantford over Chatham-Kent. You're watching Chatham Barnstormers baseball live from Fergie Jenkins Field, presented by Canada Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. New pitcher for the Barnstormers as we start off the top of the 5th inning here at Fergie Jenkins Field. And Kenny Williams now in, the left-hander for the Barnstormers. There's a ball just low outside of the zone. And follows that one up. Nice pitch, nice slider, middle of the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kenny Williams now in relief of Cam O'Reilly as Vaibhav Desai bats here for Brantford to kick off the top of the 5th inning. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch by Williams. 4 innings for O'Reilly, 84 pitches, and 7 runs against him. 6 of those are earned. And just one really bad inning for the starter today.
Yeah, couldn't find the plate and got into all sorts of trouble because of it.
Pitch from Williams. This is outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Desai, big hit last inning, part of that 6-run uprising, an RBI double. Here's the 2-2 from Williams. Swing and a miss as he fools Desai. And that's a nice strikeout to start off his night at the top of the 5th. 1 up, 1 down.
Kenny Kenny Williams is the Barnstormer. I talked to him at a luncheon that they had for the Barnstormers, and he spoke briefly there and talked to him after. He's played baseball everywhere. He's from the state of Washington. He's played in Japan. He played last year in Ottawa. He's sort of been everywhere, played at every level, and loves baseball and loves Chatham-Kent.
Love to have him here. This is his 5th game of the season in relief. He's started a bunch of games so far. ERA at 7.5 right now, trying to get that down substantially with some good work here tonight. He's got 1 down, his second batter. Now he's ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Start here so far. Evan Ryan, your designated hitter, now up for Brantford Red Sox. Graham Tebbett waits on deck. 0-2 pitch from Williams. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. He struck him out. And a nice start to the evening here in relief for Kenny Williams. 2 up and 2 strikeouts. Can't ask for a better start than that.
That's good, yeah. He was struggling the last time we saw him start, and certainly was effective in those 2 at-bats.
Graham Tebbett now up for Brantford. Again, takes a nice slider right down the middle. Under strikes. Some good control here early on for Kenny Williams. And this one, chopper up the middle of the diamond, fielded at second. On to first. How about that? Bring it way down. Nice bounce back inning for the Barnstormers in the top of the 5th inning. So Kenny Williams doing a good job now in the game on the mound for Chatham-Kent. 7-2 your lead for Brantford as you are watching Barnstormer Baseball on this Saturday night, presented by Kent and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Bottom of the 5th here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers. We're all here tonight with Wes and Brad McDonald, your producers tonight. Dan Dominguez, your statistician this evening. Peter Cobb on the field. Well, right now in the stands. We'll have him on the field again a little bit later on tonight. Whole crew back with you on this Saturday night. Rough top of the 4th for the Barnstormers. Putting up 6 runs, and now they trail 7-2, trying to chip away. As your number 9 hitter, Greg Kemble, steps up for Chatham-Kent. Bottom 5. 9, 1, and 2. Kemble, Marcus, and Kucera. Trying to chip away here. First pitch, and now a bunt trying to get on base that way. Waves at it, strike 1.
Greg's going to have to work on that bunt technique a little bit.
Didn't really call that fluid and easy. Here's the strike 1 pitch.
The old joke was if he'd bunted it, it probably might have been a single over the first baseman's head. He attacked the ball. I'll have to talk to him about that after. Greg has a good sense of humor. Takes it well. Known him for a long time, and his dad.
Big baseball family. 0-2 on Kemble, and does he hold up? And yes, he does. That was very close. Looked like he might have broken the plane there, but this angle hard to tell. But gets the Call from Steven Gomez, your first base umpire. No swing. He remains alive in 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Laukinen, well outside and low. Campbell able to battle back, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Laukinen in his 5th inning of work. Overall, very solid once again on the mound for the Red Sox. Here's the 2-2 pitch going inside this time and just missing the inside part of the plate. Wanted the call and did not get it from B.J. Small. And Campbell coming all the way back from 0-2. Now he has the full count at 3-2. Laukinen ready. And the pitch, this one line to right center field. This is going to split the outfielders. It'll drop in. And getting over there quickly to cut it off, the right fielder, Tebbett.
Did a real good job with that.
Absolutely.
Waited on the pitch and took a nice smooth swing and hit the ball where it was pitched.
So Campbell starts off this bottom of the 5th with a single the other way. Trying to chip away slowly but surely here if you're Chatham-Kent. Down by 5 at 7-2. And Spencer Marcus, we're back to the top of the order. He's 2 for 2. He hasn't had a chance at bat since the 2nd inning. He's got a double and a single. First pitch swinging, goes the other way for a base hit to left field between 3rd and short. First pitch swinging, didn't hit it overly hard, but found that hole. And now the Barnstormers have a little something going here early on in the 5th. 1st and 2nd, nobody out.
It doesn't matter where you hit them. And London Free Press in the morning, it'll look like a single.
Here's Lee Kucera now. He's 0 for 2, trying to get his first base knock of the evening. He's flied out to right. And a nice play robbing of his hit last time in the 2nd inning. A 6-3 putout. Job by the shortstop, Gus Wilson. And a little chin music there. All he did was turn his head, but a little high heat inside on Kucera, 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and this one is low. Now the Barnstormers being a little patient at the plate here. 2 balls and no strikes. Lee Kucera. 65 pitches now on the evening for Josh Laukinen, bottom 5. Respectable pitch count from this time of the game. Here's the 2-0, and this one is fouled back well behind us.
Imagine most of his pitches were in the 1st inning as well.
Memory serves, he threw 25, I believe, in the 1st inning, so it was a lot. In the last 3+, he's able to be quite economical on the night. 2-1 pitch. This one jammed, hit to 3rd, double play opportunity to 2nd for 1, on to 1st, and it is a 5-4-3 double play off the bat of Lee Kucera. Campbell moves up to 3rd base. Taking the wind out of the sails of the Barnstormers a little bit. But to lift them up a little bit, here comes Panda. Here's Seth Strong. He's 0 for 2. He's looking for a little something here to bring his team a little bit closer. 7-2 lead for Brantford. Strong standing in tall along the left-hand side. Pitch from Laukinen. Catches the outside corner. He gets the call. B.J. Small, the umpire, behind home plate. 2 balls and a strike. Getting into a pleasant evening here in CK. Here's the 1-strike pitch. This is sent the other way. This will be well foul. Inside of the batting cages. Laukinen ahead of Seth Strong. No balls and 2 strikes. Bottom 5. Barnstormers back at it in London tomorrow against the Majors in the afternoon. Brantford also back at home. They'll take on Barrie in their home park. It's pitch outside.
As most of you know, London is our closest trip. It's probably about an hour from here to Labatt Park. And after that, I guess it would be Brantford, our next closest. And we can stretch it out. We don't have anybody west of us.
There's a shot to right field, a big hit for Strong, and that will produce a run for the Barnstormers. It's an RBI single for Seth Strong, and Chatham-Kent now back to within 4. It's 7-3.
I say just keep pecking away, and you never know what to happen if you can stop the rush from the opposition and peck away with a run here and there, and you can make a comeback and get back in the game.
Greg Kemble comes in to score. Every little run counts from here. Chipping away, still lots of baseball left. Bottom 5.
We've had 8 hits. Doesn't put them all together very well.
See if Dan Battelle can keep this rally going here. 2 out. RBI single for Strong. He's at first. Not too much of a lead. Gets the look over. Here's the ball, 1 pitch. This one again, right back to the mound. We've seen a few choppers back to the mound, and this one will be an easy 1-3 put out on Dan Battelle. But the Barnstormers are able to get 1 across, and we have played 5 complete here at Fergie Jenkins Field. To inning number 6 we go. It is Brantford 7 and Chatham-Kent 3. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball from Fergie Jenkins Field, presented by Ken and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Every family, every asset, every business we insure is a chapter in our story. We listen with open hearts, understanding that behind every insurance policy is a unique narrative. It's not just about numbers, it's about your dreams, your aspirations, your life. We take over your risks so you can live life to the fullest. Because we're not just some insurance people behind a desk. We are part of a community that has your back.
As Luke Allen steps in for Brantford, we kick off the top of the 6th inning here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Mike Grenier along with Ed Myers. A 7-3 lead for Brantford. Left-hander Kenny Williams into his 2nd inning of work. Great job. Quick, efficient inning back in the 5th. Looking for more here in inning number 6, but 2 pitches out of the strike zone. As he starts off, Luke Allen with 2 balls. 2-0 the count on the left fielder for Brantford tonight. Here's the 2-0. Nice moving slider. 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch on the hands, fouls it off. Now Williams able to battle back even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2 pitch, nice movement, and does not get the call. No flinching even from B.J. Small, the umpire.
That's been high. That's all I can figure.
Yeah,
Where it's hard for us to look down and judge the height of the pitch when crossing the plate.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. This one fouled off to the right-hand side in the Brantford dugout, just off the Brantford dugout railing. Means 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 3-2 pitch. This one sails outside and high, And a leadoff walk given up by Kenny Williams to Luke Allen. At least the second time tonight, Barnstormers have had a leadoff walk. Always a dangerous thing to do. And now Williams has to work his way out of this one. Still in a 4-run hole, 7-3. Brantford with the lead.
Yeah, we started the first inning with an error, first batter. So get that first man on at the beginning of the inning. Gives you a little hole right at the beginning of each inning.
Barnstormers able to wiggle their way out of trouble in that first. Bases loaded, nobody out. And Cam O'Reilly able to only get out of the inning with 1 run against. Not nearly as lucky in that 4th inning, though, when Brantford able to score 6. A big part of their 7-3 lead that they have right now. Williams with the strike on David Alvarez as we're back to the top of the order for Brantford. He's 1 for 3. He's got a double last time up in that big 4th inning. Williams a couple looks over to first, and the pitch gets away from the catcher. A run towards second base, and Luke Allen's going to swipe second off that. I think they call it a pass ball. So pass ball will be the call against catcher Greg Kemble. As Allen moves up to second base, nobody out. 2-1 count on David Alvarez. Here's the pitch again. This one will be outside and low, getting away from the catcher, and another 90 feet for Luke Allen to move all the way up to third base now. And that will be a wild pitch. So a pass ball and a wild pitch moving Allen all the way from first to third base now. Three and 1 your count, David Alvarez. This one is outside and low, ball 4. So back-to-back walks in this top of the 6th inning. Luke Allen at third. Now David Alvarez takes first base. Back-to-back walks. Doesn't get any easier here with Gus Wilson, the number 2 hole tonight. He's had a productive evening. He doubled in the first, walked in the third, flew out to left his last time up in the 4th inning. So 1 for 2 officially. Takes the first pitch from Williams outside, ball 1. This one now a screamer to left field past the third baseman. And this is going to score another run for Brantford, an RBI single for Gus Wilson, as it was out of the reach of Robert Mackey at third base. And now the 5-run lead is restored for Brantford. They lead it 8-3, and still nobody out in the top of the 6th. Getting over there quickly, Braxton Haggith to limit that to just a single for Gus Wilson. Alvarez moves to second. Scoring was Allen. An 8-3 lead now for the Brantford Red Sox. Here in Bowles now up for Brantford. Officially 0 for 2, walking in the first inning. Also grounded out and popped out to shortstop.
Get something on the ground here, get a double play. Reverse the fortunes in this inning.
Williams winds and works. This one is a ground ball, but he finds the hole left-hand side. This goes into left field, and they're going to hold the runner at third. Maybe a bit of luck there for the Barnstormers, as there was a bobble in left field by Haggith, but they hold the runner at third. So bases are loaded full of Brantford Red Sox. But still nobody out, so second straight trip here to Fergie Jenkins Field for these Red Sox, and they're able to really get a lot of offense on these Barnstormers.
And we sure don't match up well with them so far at our meetings.
hasn't been pretty. Still only half through this ball game, so not over yet. Infield well in. Looking to go to home on the next play. This one fouled back as the cleanup hitter, Nick Burdette, strides in. He walked twice. Last 2 times up, it was in the same inning. In that 4th inning where Brantford scored 6 and had 11 men come to the plate. Burdette with 2 walks in that inning.
Definitely the turning point in the game.
1-1 pitch from Williams. This one smoked to second. Going home for the force out, and now it is dropped and goes back to the backstop. That will lead to another run as Kemble unable to handle that throw from second base.
Not sure who might have gotten the error on that 4.
So
wild. It went to the catcher's right and bounced. Greg could not come up with the short hop.
3-4 is the official score on that one, so that will lead to the 9th run of the night for Brantford. It's 9-3. Bases remain loaded. No outs still. This one catches the outside part of the plate from Williams. Jeremy Veilleux, the batter now for Brantford. He also walked back in that big 4th inning. He's flown out to center field and robbed of a hit. Line drive to third base. Great play by Robert Mackey to rob him of a hit back in the 1st inning. Williams ready. And Veilleux has this one in on his hands, and he'll foul this one off. And by the bullpen, well off to the left-hand side. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Jeremy Veilleux. Libev Desai waiting on deck.
Got really quiet in the stands.
It did.
Yeah.
It did. Yeah. 2 runs already in. This one a chopper to third, and this one mishandled. They will get it out. Nice recovery at third by Mackey. Chopper that he didn't field cleanly. Not an easy play for sure. Able to touch the glove on the bag to get 1 out. 1 run does come in. And now it's a 10-3 lead for Brantford.
The third baseman for 13, Bob Desai.
Fielder's choice will get the Barnstormers their first out of the inning. Small victories here. 1 run comes in. 3 runs in the inning total, and a 10-3 Brantford lead. Williams catches a slider on the outside part of the plate there on Libev Desai. No balls and a strike. He's got an RBI double and a couple of strikeouts. One lifted high in the air to shallow left field. Agathe comes in. He'll make the catch. That's 2 out now for Brantford. And Evan Ryan, their designated hitter, coming up now. 0 for 3 so far. Getting Williams into his 2nd inning of work. Here at the top of the 6th inning, it's been way more adventurous than his first full inning. We put up a 0 in the 5th. 3 runs across here for Brantford and a 10-3 lead. First pitch swinging. This one goes deep to left. Haggith going back. Nice catch by Haggith in left field as he had to keep his feet. And he holds that one in. But more damage done here for Brantford. Top of the 6th as they score 3 more runs. And they now have a 10-3 lead on the Barnstormers as we go to the bottom of the 6th here at Fergie Jenkins Field with Canada Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Back here to Fergie Jenkins Field on this Saturday night IBL action. It's Mike Renier along with Ed Myers. Barnstormer baseball. Tough night here for Chatham-Kent as we go bottom six. A 10-3 lead for the Brantford Red Sox as things have been going their way for sure. Some big offensive numbers for a few of the Red Sox players. The Barnstormers can do, again, claw their way back. Still some time left. It's Robert Mackey, number 5 hole, steps in.
Let's see if we can get a rally going here.
1 for 2 for Mackey so far here tonight. First pitch swinging. You can't catch up to that one. Strike 1 on Mackey.
Pitching has been excellent for Brantford. The pitches have been all around the plate. He's moving the ball around. Throws a tight slider. He's in control.
We've seen this before from Laukkanen last time in. That big 18-5 win for the Red Sox 3 weeks ago. And Laukkanen with a good night that night. And again here tonight. Now stepping out was Robert Mackey. And his manager, Dan Norman, talking with his infielder. Now, the trainer comes out. Looks like he's going to stay in this. No, maybe. So maybe he's done for the night. So I don't know what happened there with Robert Mackey. If he pulled something on that swing.
Could have been the swing because it seemed to be no. Okay.
So I think we've seen the last of Robert Mackey, and injury will pull him from the game. And we're hearing Torrin Vasilenik will be coming in. Manager Dan Norman now will take the lineup card to the home plate umpire, BJ Small. Things just keep coming up bad news with the Barnstormers here tonight. As Vasilenik grabs a bat, warms up. One pitch into that at bat, and Robert Mackey seemingly pulling something. I think he was favoring one of his forearms. So Robert Mackey pulled from this game, third baseman, and Vasilenik coming in.
Number 13, Torrin Vasilenik.
Here's Vasilenik. It's been a little while since we've seen him. He was slated to be in the starting lineup last night, but late scratch. Comes off the bench here. Takes this one outside and low. Count evened up, 1 ball and 1 strike.
And we don't know if he was ill or has been injured. Had a big first home run last weekend. Into the magnetic field, straight ahead, straight away.
Right between the trees. Between the 2 trees in center.
The goalpost. Like road hockey, right?
That's right. Outside, so now Vasilenik has the count in his favor as he takes over for Robert Mackey after an apparent injury. There's a swing and a miss from Vasilenik. And the count filled up, 3 balls and 2 strikes. So we'll see how the defensive alignment will shake out next half inning, but might be just replacing Mackey at third. And now, good eye there by Vasilenik. He'll take this one low and ball 4. So a leadoff walk for the bottom of the 6th inning for the pinch hitter Torrin Vasilenik and the Barnstormers. So bring up Anthony Pollowick.
Run on, nobody wave. Number 4, Anthony Pollowick.
Pollowick, RBI single back in the first inning. It's also grounded out to first. It's the first pitch outside for ball 1.
He's hit very well. He's second in batting for the team, hitting .370.
Got that fairly sizable hole along that right side. With the runner being held on at first. This one jammed him. He goes the other way to third, but going over there just in foul territory to make the catch by Bev Desai. And Pollowick is the first out of this bottom of the 6th. Braxton Haggett now coming up here for the Barnstormers.
He's been busy tonight in left field. He's had all sorts of activity. A spectacular catch on the ball over his head. He's had all sorts of chances out there in left field.
For his first hit, couple of ground ball outs so far, and now this one gets away from the catcher, and Vasilenic will easily move up to second base. Wild pitch on Josh Laukkanen. Barnstormers with an uphill climb here, putting up 3 more runs top of the inning, and down 6-3, or sorry, down 10-3. Bottom of the 6th inning.
You look at the scoreboard, the walks really tell a story, don't they? Brantford has 10 runs on 7 hits, no errors. Barnstormers have 3 runs on 8 hits, 3 errors. You put the errors together with the walks, and there's the difference in the ballgame.
There's
4 walks.
4 walks. So as much of your game right there. And the pitch to Braxton Haggith just misses the outside part of the plate. 2 balls now on the left fielder for the Barnstormers. Off to London tomorrow to take on the Majors mid-afternoon, 4:05 start time. And then right back here to Fergie Field on Tuesday. It hits the outside part of the plate. A home and home coming up here with London. So the Majors here on Tuesday night. Your next home game at Fergie Jenkins Field for Chatham-Kent. Will be a 7:35 opening pitch. Here's the 2-2, and this one a fly ball to left field. Another long run towards the foul line, and that falls in for a base hit. That just falls in fair territory by less than a foot.
We've been talking about this all year. Left fielder ran a long way and still couldn't catch up to the ball that had dropped in fair territory. I think it's really deceptive out there.
And a lot of the time it's been left-handed bats going the other way.
So they're way around in left center. And there's a mile they run to cover to the line.
Barnstormers maybe with something cooking here with runner to the corners now with 1 out. And this one a chopper to second base. Could be 2 to second for 1. On to first, not in time. And being out, Noah Murciano. So fielder's choice, give Murciano an RBI. Barnstormers getting 1 back. It's now 10-4. They trail Brantford. And now he takes second base. Oh. So was he not out at second base? Are they saying they didn't? He didn't touch the second base bag is what they're saying. Interesting. All right, so now 2 Barnstormers on base. So 1 run in. 2 Barnstormers remain on base. That's maybe a gift that the Barnstormers have to take advantage of here.
The turning point. They used the old phantom double play where we went over the bag. They used to teach it that way, but now they're calling it far more closely.
So let's see what Chatham-Kent can do here. Still just 1 out. Now here's another double play opportunity to short. They'll make sure the out is at second and out at first. So that is a double play to end the inning. We've now played 6 completed Fergie Jenkins Field. To number 7 we go. It's a 10-4 lead for Brantford over Chatham-Kent. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball, presented by Kent & Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. It's complete here at Fergie Jenkins Field. On Tweetsmere at Chatham, Mike Renier along with Ed Myers. A long night for the Barnstormers, a 10-4 lead for the Brantford Red Sox. They've got Chatham-Kent's number here at Fergie Field so far early in this season. After that 18-5 win about 3 weeks ago, their bats have come alive here again tonight. 10-4 lead on the Barnstormers. And as you mentioned, some timely hitting, but you walk a bunch of batters as well. That doesn't help, and you've got the free errors.
Makes the difference right there. They are. Everybody likes to read a box score. You can read between the lines. A lot of information there when you look at the numbers.
Fly from Luke Allen back in the 4th inning. He drives in 3. That was certainly a dagger in the Barnstormers' heart. A number of factors. Brantford Red Sox enjoying a 6-run lead. Kenny Williams remains on the mound for Chatham-Kent. Nice movement on that pitch, but just misses up high in the zone, just a little bit out of the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike. Starter Cam O'Reilly, 4 innings. And it's been Kenny Williams since. Time called. Williams with another long look in. And this one again misses the mark. 2 balls and 1 strike on Graham Tibbett.
Some of the players have caused the damage come in with low batting averages. Allen was hitting 111 coming in tonight, hit the home run. Ryan was hitting 111 coming into the game.
Sometimes you just need a spark to maybe turn your season around. And this one out of the zone, so a 5-pitch walk on Graham Tibbett. Right fielder tonight, he will draw another leadoff walk. We've seen that be kind of a common thing tonight. Leadoff base runners here for Brantford. Brings up the aforementioned Luke Allen. 3-run shot earlier in this game. Now he bunts this one, and this goes way up in the air, just above us. That moved that runner along, and now he's got a 1-strike count against him. Here's the strike 1 pitch, another mighty swing there from Allen. Looking for his 2nd home run of the night with that swing. And does not catch up to it. No balls and 2 strikes. On the Brantford left fielder. Here's the 0-2, and on an 0-2 pitch, he plunks him in the right shoulder. And a hit by pitch. So for the 3rd time tonight, Luke Allen sees the bases. He's walked, he's homered. And now a hit by pitch will send him to first base. And sends Graham Tibbett to second base. 2 on, nobody out. That's going to bring Gil Rondon, the pitching coach, out. Have a conversation here. It's been a long night at the office here for CK. Short conversation from Rondon. He used to have a short chat with his catcher, Greg Kemble, tonight. Torrin Vasilev down at 3rd base as he takes over for Robert Mackey in that last half inning. Nothing official yet, but it looks like Robert Mackey pulling something on a swing that he had in that at bat. Hopefully we don't see his absence for too long.
Very effective in our lineup. Very versatile. He actually started the game as a pitcher.
After that talk from Gil Moran, 2 on, nobody out. And the pitch from Williams, outside and low, ball 1. More activity in the Barnstormers' pen now as Catalin Moran is warming up. Cam O'Reilly, 4 innings. He started the game. Kenny Williams has been in since. In his 3rd inning of work here. Alvarez fouls this one off, getting up the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. All-Star game a little bit later on this season. And now your chance to vote for, well, whoever you like to vote for your favorite Barnstormer or favorite Red Sox player or whomever you like. Just head on to the IBL website and vote for your favorite players for the All-Star game a little bit later on this season. So now the voting is underway. Be interesting to see how many Barnstormers will make it in this franchise's first year of existence. This one fouled off, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That's interesting in that a lot of the hitting early came from maybe 2 players, and over the last week, 10 days, they've been distributing the hitting, and it's paid dividends.
Williams looks in. And the 2-2 pitch is outside. Out he's filled up, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Danger of loading the bags with nobody out here in this top of the 7th. In that website, theibl.ca/vote for the upcoming All-Star game later on this summer in Welland, Ontario. So Jack Fish will be hosting the events later on this summer. So theibl.ca/vote for the All-Star game later on this summer. Here's the 3-2 pitch and a bouncing ball in the infield to second base. Blang the hop, plays it cleanly at second, on to first. And that's Holloway and Strong. That's going to move up the runners to second and third, but now with 1 out.
The shortstop number 27, Gus Wilson.
Gus Wilson will be up next. Wilson has had another productive night at the plate, always dangerous. He's doubled, he's got an RBI single, he's walked. He's flied out, so 2 for 3 officially at the plate for Wilson. Nice moving on that pitch from Williams. 2 balls and 1 strike. Runners at second and third for Brantford. They enjoy a 10-4 lead, looking for more, top 7. Darkness slowly settling in here in CK. Just passing the 2-hour mark of this ball game. Had a great flow to last night's game here at Fergie Field. It was actually going pretty quickly, and then Barnstormers decided to score 9 runs in the bottom of the
8th inning was a long time.
But hey, they'll take it if they get the blowout win. 16-5 over Kitchener last night. A much different story tonight. As Brantford's game has certainly been strong at the plate. And very good starting pitching. Can't undershadow what Josh Laukinen has done for the Red Sox.
Very consistent the whole game. Remains consistent. He pitched that way the first time he was here.
Now Williams taking his time on the mound. Balls and 2 strikes. 1 out. 2 runners on. Second and third for Brantford. And the pitch, ground ball to third. Vasilenic fields it cleanly, on to first. And the runners have to stay put at second and third. This time now 2 out. Good job by Vasilenic at the hot corner to field that one.
Yeah, he stayed down on it. Got a good arm across the field. He's the shortstop by trade, and it didn't seem to be too hard of a throw for him. A little dart across the infield.
Strong arm for Vasilenic. Now this will bring up Kieran Bowles. A conversation between Kemble and Williams. Still second and third, 2 out now. Kieran Bowles. He's been on base twice so far. Last at bat, he singled back in the 6th inning. He's also drawn a walk back in the first. Grounded out and popped up to shortstop. Nice pitch from Williams. That's strike 1. Early ahead of the count to Kieran Bowles. Nick Burdette, the cleanup hitter, waiting on deck. Here's the strike 1 pitch. This one in the dirt.
Interesting that most of his sliders, breaking pitches are strikes. And when he's throwing the ball straight, fastball, he's having trouble finding the plate. That's reverse from the norm.
A little bit backwards. Bit of a backwards night for the Barnstormers, down 10-4 Here's the 1-1 pitch. This one right back up the middle. Fielded it short and across to first base. And that is the Blue Tell. Very strong. That's going to do it for the seventh inning. It is time now to stretch. To the bottom of the seventh we go. And the seventh inning stretch brought to you by Four Diamond Catering and Events. As we sing, take me out to the ball game. Bottom seven we go. We'll be back in a moment for Fergie Jenkins Field. It's presented by Kent and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Back to Fergie Jenkins Field on this Saturday night. Barnstormers baseball. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers. Peter Cobb still down the field. We'll have him on a little bit later on. Wes and Brad McDonald, your producers, and Dan Dominguez, your statistician tonight. New pitcher for the Brantford Red Sox, Norman Coleman Goodwin, in relief of Josh Laukinen. Maybe the Barnstormers happy to see him go for the night. 6 really good innings.
We've had not good luck against him in two appearances so far.
There's a chop by the third baseman. That's going to be an error. As Spencer Marcus will take that gift. And an E5 will put the Barnstormers in flight here, bottom 7. And that one just ate up Babeb Desai. That was...
Back up one step and they got you.
Yep.
The ball's going to eat you.
Looked like a routine chopper down to the hot corner, but just gobbled him up. So Marcus and the Barnstormers will take that one. E5, now Lee Casera up for the Barnstormers. In the number 2 hole, he fouls his first pitch off. 6 innings for the starter Josh Laukinen, 88 pitches, so a very good evening. 4 runs against, 9 hits. Now he turns things over to the bullpen and Norman Coleman Godwin. Here's the strike 1 pitch, and a good bunt up along the first base line, but it kicks foul. That would have been an interesting one if it stayed on the fair side of the line.
Good try. Catcher made a good play too. He got out from behind the plate quickly. As soon as the ball rolled a little bit foul, he made contact with the ball and kept it going foul, and not to do that. Once you touch it, it's a dead ball. I've seen the opposite, where people watch it roll all the way to first base, and it comes back into their territory.
Right. So your strategy backfired.
That's the reverse of that.
No balls and 2 strikes to Casera. Seth Strong on deck. Marcus at first base. Here's the 2-strike pitch, and this one golfed foul off to the right-hand side. Remains no balls and 2 strikes on the center fielder for the Barnstormers. 0 for 3 coming into this at bat. He can get his first hit of the night. Here's the 0-2 once again and swatted at to the outside of the zone.
Spoiling him off. What he's doing, he's not getting a good swing, but he's keeping his at bat.
Breeze is picked up a little bit here. We'll take that. Here's the 0-2 once again, much the same. He swats at a pitch outside, sends it foul along the right-hand side, and well out of play. So good at bat here from Casera. Seth Strong and Dan Battelle to follow in the order here for the Barnstormers, down by 6.
Sarah should watch out for the inside pitch. Usually when you get a guy leaning over the plate that many times in a row, they come inside and it freezes you.
Here's the 0-2 once again. This one to center field, right center field, and that is a base hit as he muscles it over the second baseman's head. And the Barnstormers with back-to-back base runners, so follow up in E5 with a single from Lee Casera.
Good at bat. He worked hard for that pitch. He waited, and got it.
Able to muscle it over the head of Kieran Bowles in the right field. Now 2 Barnstormers on base for the big Seth Strong. And with an opportunity here to draw his team a little bit closer. 10-4 for Brantford, bottom 7. Here's the first pitch to Strong. He gets a little bit of the bat on it, fouls it off to the right-hand side.
Took something off that pitch. He seemed to be way ahead of it.
Coleman Godwin, he's pitched 6 innings coming into tonight's game. He's got a 7.5 ERA. Barnstormers trying to turn that up a little bit. Here's the strike 1, and he gets a ground ball to second base, turning to go to second for 1, and that's all they're going to get. So a fielder's choice is Strong, easily able to move down that first base line. And the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers will have runners in the corners now. First and third, 1 out.
Dan Battelle.
Brings up your cleanup hitter, Dan Battelle, now with runners in the corners. He's already got an RBI single to his name tonight. And not once, but twice, he has grounded out to the pitcher.
Yeah, and the pitcher, he had a lot of assists tonight.
So he's done that twice. Murciano has also done that.
And if you recall, the first inning, 2 or 3 balls went right through the pitcher for singles and fielder's choice. Everything was going back at the pitcher.
Right back up the box. Coleman Godwin gets the call there on the first pitch to Battelle. Strike 1. And this time does not get the call in the outside corner. Even up the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Goran Vasilinek on deck as he occupies the 5th spot in the lineup. Robert Mackey exiting the game a couple of innings ago. And this one, a ground ball, a 2-chopper to shortstop, to second for 1, on to first, not in time. And that's going to be an RBI fielder's choice. And the Barnstormers get 1 closer. It's 10-5.
Stepping in next is number 13, Torn Vasilinek.
So at third base now, Torn Vasilinek. Robert Mackey starting there, and Mackey's last at bat, seemingly pulling something. He came up with some discomfort and could not continue in the ball game, so Vasilinek had to warm up quickly and take his spot, resume that at bat, and he was able to draw a walk. Well outside, 1 ball and 1 strike on Torn Vasilinek. Now at third base tonight. Runner at first. 2 out now for the Barnstormers. 10-5 the score. This one inside and low. Want to move this along and get Anthony Polowick in at bat in this inning. Here's the 2-1. Vasilinic swings and misses. And a ball that dropped out of the zone quickly.
Going the old style sinker ball, looks like they're going it sidearm, holding the ball on the top of the ball.
Here's the 2-2 pitch, and he catches the outside part of the plate. Strike 3 called, and Vasilinic down on strikes. Barnstormers able to push one more across. They get a little bit closer. We're through 7 innings now at Fergie Jenkins Field. It's a 10-5 lead for Brantford. Barnstormer Baseball presented by our good friends at Ken and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Pitcher for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers as we move to the top of the 8th inning here at Fergie Jenkins Field. 3 innings complete from Kenny Williams as he picked up from Cam O'Reilly's 4 innings. So 3 innings in for Kenny Williams. A couple earned runs, 2 hits, walking 3. And his total pitch count, 56, and 33 of them strikes. So there's your line from Kenny Williams, from Statsman Dan Dominguez up here in the booth. And now Catalin Moran, pitcher, left-hander for the Barnstormers, bumps in a strike. Burdette's cleanup hitter for Brantford takes the next pitch outside and low, 1-1.
You're going to pitch more than 3 innings. You got to pick up your ratio. You have to throw more strikes. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And his ERA isn't going to help much either because three runs, and was it 3 runs? Was that in 3 innings?
3 runs, yes.
So you multiply that, it's 9 in 9 innings. So
not a great ERA on paper when you look at it like that. So here's Moran picking it up from Williams in the pen. He's ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes, and this one slapped at by Burdette. He takes it the other way foul a fair bit. Count remains 1-2.
They have several good-sized first basemen in this league.
They do. That's where your
big, strong guys.
Where your power hitting is most.
Yeah, we've seen 3 or 4.
Moran ready, and the 1-2 pitch does not miss by much. Looks a little bit high, I guess, not by a whole lot. And Moran doesn't get the call. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A 10-5 lead for Brantford, top 8. And the 2-2 pitch bounces in. And Catalin Moran goes to a full count, his first batter of the evening. Hitting the meat of the order here for Brantford. Burdette Veilleux, and Desai, your 4, 5, and 6 hitters. So tough task as we welcome in Moran to this ball game. He's ready, and the 3-2 pitch is outside and high. Ball 4, yet another leadoff walk by a Barnstormer pitcher. And Burdett gets his 3rd walk of the night. The other 2 came in the same inning back in that big 4th inning for Brantford when they scored 6 runs. 4th leadoff walk overall for Brantford. So you don't have to look too far past that stat to know how this game has gone.
The box scores tell a tale. A few people out there enjoy reading box scores. They do tell the story. You pay attention to them.
And now turning to bunt and to the first baseman, Seth Strong. I guess the job was done.
I got a self-defense.
Yeah. Jeremy Veilleux did what he had to do there. He was going to bunt Burnett to second base. And a put out there by Seth Strong as he takes it to the bag himself. So 1 out. And the runner moves up to second base in Nick Burdett. And now Vaibhav Desai strolls in for Brantford.
If he missed that bunt, the ball would have hit him in the head.
Well, you're right on the self-defense thing. Country night here at the ballpark, sponsored by Rock and Royal Tea establishment downtown Chatham on King Street. Great supporter of Barnstormer baseball. So I wear my Country 92.9 t-shirt here tonight. My employer, CFCO and Blackburn Media. Got to get that plug in there too.
Very important.
Very important. Looking for a country radio station to get you through your workday. Country929.com. The Radio Player Canada app for your smart devices. You can join me every weekday afternoon, 2 to 7. Anything else you want to know, Ed?
That's enough for now.
That's it.
Tell me the rest
Don't
later.
want to push it too much. Won't bore you with the rest of the
I was afraid there'd be a test at the end of this.
No. Put up enough of those tests over the years. All those years in teaching. No quiz tonight. 10-5 lead for the Brantford Red Sox. Looking for more. 1 runner in scoring position, 1 out. Lefty on lefty with beside the plate. No balls and 1 strike. And the pitch gets away from the catcher. He doesn't know where it is. And finally looking over to his left and chasing after it and getting it is Greg Campbell. But easily getting to third base now is Nick Burdett. Now, conversation going on at the plate. What's that conversation?
Trying to figure out what that hit. Did it hit his throwing arm, Campbell?
No, apparently. Dan Dominguez saying it hit the umpire in the mask.
Cool.
So they were just seeing how he's doing.
Was it deflected? Oh, okay.
So umpire BJ Spall. Crew came over to see how he's doing. He's all right.
It's hard to follow.
1 ball and 1 strike to count. Beside the plate. Burdett now at third base. Catalin Moran looking in for the sign. And here's the 1-1 pitch. This one trails outside. 2 balls and a strike. Moran, this is his 8th appearance on the season for Chatham-Kent. He's now pitched an even 11 innings on the season. And another case where you want to get that ERA down, and you can do it in fair short order if you have some clean innings, but over 9 is the ERA. There's a swing and a miss. Nice pitch there from Moran. He crosses up Desai on that pitch. And he's now evened up the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Pulled the string on that one a bit, and that was all he needed to do. It was a very effective pitch.
Here's the 2-2 pitch, and this one again in the dirt, outside.
Overthrew it.
Count is filled up. Evan Ryan, their designated hitter, waiting on deck for Brantford. Moran ready, and the 3-2 pitch, and this one in the dirt gets away. That's ball 4 now with the wild pitch. It's Nick Burdett coming in to score from third base with run number 11 on the night for Brantford. So they restore a 6-run lead. They're now up 11-5. So we'll walk to Bebeb Desai on the wild pitch. Burdett comes home from third. It's now 11-5. Top 8 here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Evan Ryan now coming up. 7th in the batting order for the Red Sox. 6 wild pitches for the Barnstormers in this game tonight. There's a nice pitch, big swing and a miss for Evan Ryan.
As we watch this ball game, I wonder how many people out there from Brantford remember Ron Stead, a pitcher for many years with Brantford. He worked with Union Gas and transferred to Chatham, probably in the 1970s, but he played some pro ball. He was born in Toronto, a great left-handed pitcher. But you have to be a certain age, I guess, to remember him. But he was very good.
Our historian, Ed Myers.
You live long enough.
There's the strike one pitch inside and high, 1-1 from Catalin Morin.
He was a left-handed pitcher who could throw almost everything, and very effective. He pitched for Brantford for 10, 15 years. I'm not sure how long.
See if our friends watching in tonight remember him. This one in the dirt. 2 balls and 1 strike from Catalin Morin, your third pitcher of the night for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Cam O'Reilly pitching the first 4. Kenny Williams 3 innings of relief. And here's Morin in this 8th inning. 1 run in. And 1 man on at first base. Here's Ryan waiting the pitch. Now he takes it low once again. 2 balls and a strike. Barnstormers on the road tomorrow. They travel up the 401 a short distance to London. Take on the Majors. They've seen that team a fair bit and will continue to. It's actually a home and home in London tomorrow. And back here at Fergie Jenkins Field against London Tuesday night, 7:30. As Morin throws over to first, runner gets back in safely.
It's a late afternoon game tomorrow too, isn't it? It's 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, yeah, 4:05 first pitch. Up in London. 7:35 here on Tuesday night. Fergie Jenkins Field. Here's the pitch. And that is high, ball 4. So a 5-pitch walk. And back-to-back walks there as Evan Ryan will take first base. So 3 walks in the inning. Wild pitch. 10 walks total on the night. Red Sox at first and second. Still just 1 out here in the top of the 8th. 11-5. They lead the Barnstormers.
Mentioned Ron Stead. He also was in the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame. Used to wear the blazer to baseball events. I was able to work with him a couple of times.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. 1 a little bit low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Morin looks back at second. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good fastball. Gets past Graham Tibbett.
Still a fair number of people here. I'd say they've been very quiet for good reason the last few innings, and but they're hanging in there.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Graham Tibbett up. He's got an RBI double and he's walked. And now I think we've got somebody new at first base on the pads here for Brantford.
Can't make up the number on this uniform, in front of his uniform. Looking through the screen.
Was Evan Ryan who had the last walk. So Looks like they have pinch run for Evan Ryan.
Well, the bugs are returning.
I'll do a better identifier of the bugs tonight.
Get the cell phone out, start to take pictures of them.
I'll have to identify the bugs tonight. Bit of a delay here in this top of the 8th.
Can you see it? What?
Pinch runner for the Brantford Red Sox now at first, taking over for Evan Ryan. Back to the play here with a 1-2 pitch from Catalin Moran that goes inside and high. And count even up 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ricky Alvarez de Lugo is now the pinch runner at first base for Brantford. So he'll take over for Evan Ryan with his 6-run lead. Moran looks back at second. Here's the 2-2, and this would have fouled back at the screen as the at-bat is prolonged here. Trip up to London tomorrow, 4:05 at Labatt Park. Back here Tuesday night, 7:35 here at Fergie Jenkins Field. We'll have the call. Chris McLeod with that call along with Ed Myers and the rest of the crew. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That one flies out of the pitcher's hand right away. Well outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes here for Moran. Just a long night for the pitchers for Chatham-Kent tonight.
They fall into the same pattern. They get behind the batters, and they either are walking them or setting them up for a hit. They're behind them by so much, they have to come to them. There you go.
A base hit up the middle. This is going to get into center field, and this might score a run. No, actually, they're going to hold up the runner at third. And a wise move. That was a nice throw in from center field. Now the Brantford Red Sox have the bases loaded. Still 1 out on that single. Graham Tibbett loads up the bases here for Brantford. Luke Allen. He now strides in. He's got a home run tonight, and he's got the bases loaded. Luke Allen's been on base 3 times. He's homered, he's walked, and last time he was hit by a pitch and almost hit another time right there. That one rides inside from Moran. 1 ball and no strikes. This one goes outside and low. 2 balls and no strikes, but to your comment, Ed, a little bit ago, this crowd's still hanging in there. Home team down by 6, but they love a good night at the ballpark.
They are. They're very supportive of the team, and that's great. I said there hasn't been a lot to cheer about recently here. Not recently tonight, but the last few innings.
Yeah. They have won 3 out of 4, and have actually won 3 straight here at Fergie Jenkins Field. And they've
played some really good ball.
They've had a lot of great offense, so a lot for the hometown fans here in CK to enjoy. But tonight, it hasn't been really a whole lot of things to cheer about. As now you walk in a run. Ball 4 on Luke Allen. And that will force in another run here for Brantford. Now your score is 12-5.
And we talked a couple innings ago, you look at the line score there. 11 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for Brantford, 5 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors for us. We had 2 more hits. We're down 7 runs.
Tons of walks, some hits, batsmen. The errors have factored in as well. There's 3 of those. So.
Yeah.
Luke Allen with a 3-run home run in that big 6-run inning back in the 4th for Brantford. At the time, the Barnstormers were up 2-1, heading to the top of the 4th, but that quickly turned around a 6 spot for Brantford at the top of the 4th.
That's the story of the game, really.
Pretty much, yeah. That was up 7-2, and then it hasn't gotten a whole lot better since then for CK. And the cumulative pitch count from Dan Dominguez, 169 pitches from CK pitchers, which is a ton. 169, only 88 of them on the strike zone. So again, that's You're not going to find a whole lot of success when you don't have
No.
the control. And 3 pitchers in tonight. Barnstormers have had a rough night on the mound. There's Moran pumping a strike there. David Alvarez, we're back to the top of the order. Already his 6th at-bat of the night. Reached on an error. He's doubled and walked.
It's really tough when you're dealing with a pitcher. If you've ever coached a pitcher or talked to a pitcher, and the common thing is to say, throw strikes, throw more strikes. And they sort of look at you, and until they gain the confidence and when they get the feel of the sling, they're not going to throw more strikes. They have to, it starts from the Adam's apple up, basically. And,
Muscle memory and getting the confidence in the knee.
Release points, repeat, repetition.
Catalin Moran, he is ahead of the count here. No balls and 2 strikes. Top of the order here for David Alvarez. Here's the 0-2. Getting a piece of this one. Late swing, and it's fouled off to the left-hand side. Gains 2 strikes on Alvarez. 1 out. Bases remain loaded. After that bases-loaded walk to Luke Allen. Brings in run number 12 in the night for Brantford. Catalin Moran, the 1-2 pitch is high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nice evening here in Chatham-Kent. Still a little
Cooled off a little bit.
Nice breeze kicking up a little bit. Still on the humid side. We'll be finding some relief from that finally after a week and a half, I believe. Coming through tomorrow on Monday. So maybe when we're back to the park on Tuesday night, won't be too bad at all.
We can only hope so. It's been devastating here. I was out to the golf course all day with some little guys running a drive chip putt competition.
Bouncing ball up the middle, fielded at second base. They've got to hurry, and safe at first is David Alvarez.
Got to charge the ball.
And an infield single will drive in 1 more run. Bases will remain loaded. Now a 13-5 lead for the Brantford Red Sox. Still just 1 out, top of the 8th. Another long inning here. As Brantford has had their way with CK here at Fergie Jenkins Field tonight. But we were at Maple City Country Club earlier on today.
Oh yes, we had a good time. We had I think 72 kids from the age of 7 to 15, and the drive chip putt competition hosted by Maple City Country Club and the Chatham Sports Hall of Fame. We had a good time.
You've had a long day. You've put in a.
It was hot out there.
I bet. Kudos to you and everybody putting that on earlier on today in Chatham. This one crosses up to catch a little bit.
Yeah, they're having trouble communicating on pitches. I'm not sure. The second one that I've seen.
Kemble behind the plate. Moran on the mound. Some big innings put up tonight for the Brantford Red Sox. The biggest, the 6-run 4th inning. Swing and a miss. Also 3 runs in the 6th. So far, 3 more runs in the 8th inning for Brantford. 13-5 lead over the Barnstormers. 1-2 the count on Gus Wilson. Shortstop tonight. Two balls and 2 strikes. Aaron Bowles on deck. 6th at bat here for Wilson tonight. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and gets a piece of this one off the end of the bat.
No action in the bullpen either. I presume they've given Moran the ball and told him to finish the game. Good luck.
This is yours. Couple of finals out of town we'll get to here in a couple minutes. This pitch outside and low, well outside from Moran. This will fill up the count. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Gus Wilson. He's doubled. He's got an RBI single. And he has walked. Highlights of the plate tonight for the shortstop for Brantford. Here's his 3-2 pitch. It's high, ball 4. And add a bases loaded walk, an RBI to Gus Wilson's night. And yet another walk from the Barnstormers pitching staff. And we're getting closer to that score that we had the last time the Red Sox were in town about 3 weeks ago. 14-5.
This inning resembles our 8th inning last night.
Right. Very time consuming. Like I said last night, you're on the good side of some of those games and innings, and sometimes you're on the very opposite end.
24 hours later.
Very different feelings. Kieran Bowles now for Brantford. He fouls this off to the right-hand side, and with Bowles at the plate, another bat-around inning for Brantford. Batted around to the 4th. Nearly batted around to the 6th. And now this one gets away from the catcher. And a wild pitch from Moran. And add another one on the scoreboard for Brantford. Make it 15.
Ball went the other side of the right-handed batter. Catcher had no chance.
You see the frustration by probably all of them, but Greg Kemble snapping that ball back to the pitcher and slamming his glove. So frustration boiling over for the Barnstormers. Here's a fly ball to center field. That will be hauled in, and a sacrifice fly will cash in one more. That one fielded really easily by Lee Casera. And score yet another one here for the Brantford Red Sox. And it's 16-5. You now have 2 innings where Brantford has scored 6 runs in the 4th, and now here in the 8th. 16-5. We're just shy of that 18-5 score from earlier on this month. Pitch finds the outside part of the plate from Moran. Ball's in a strike. Nick Burdette. 10th batter of the inning. He started things off with a walk. Kick off the 8th inning. This time he swings and misses. Long inning here for Catalin Moran and the rest of the Barnstormers. 6 runs through. And a 16-5 lead here for Brantford. Here's the 0-2 pitch. This one rides high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jeremy Veilleux doesn't get any easier on deck for Brantford. Moran ready, and the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He struck him out. And that will finally do it with this long top of the 8th, but 6 runs in for the Brantford Red Sox. They leave the bases loaded, and we go to the bottom of the 8th inning here at Fergie Jenkins Field on Tweedsmuir and Chatham. 16-5, the lead for the Brantford Red Sox of the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. You are watching Barnstormers Baseball, presented by Ken and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Every family, every asset, every business we insure is a chapter in our story. We listen with open hearts, understanding that behind every insurance policy is a unique narrative. It's not just about numbers, it's about your dreams, your aspirations, your life. We take over your risks so you can live life to the fullest. Because we're not just some insurance people behind a desk, we're part of a community that has your back.
right, Anthony, no more messing around. It's time. The comeback time. Let's get it started. Number 4, Anthony Pollock.
Anthony Pollock steps in for the Barnstormers, bottom of the 8th inning.
Have a little bit of pride here, boys. See if we can put something together.
Barnstormers trailing by 11, 16-5. This one well inside. New pitcher for the Brantford Red Sox, Isaiah Ramos. Left-hander, lanky left-hander coming into the game. This will be his 6th appearance on this young season. He's started a couple of games for the Red Sox. His 11th inning of work, and he catches the corner, according to BJ Small. Ramos, fairly high ERA and an 0-3 record. Follow again for CK. Here's a 1-1 pitch that drops into the strike zone. And Ramos ahead of the count here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. There's a ground ball to second. Now misplayed by the second baseman. They have to hurry, and finally they get it over to first base, and retiring the batter by a half step as Pollock almost able to beat that one out.
Thanks, Dad. Look at the wrong sheet. I can't find a picture under the bag.
So behind the scenes, to fill you in, you were looking at the batting lineup, not the pitching one. Talk about Ramos.
Yeah.
I'm here for you, Ed. I'm here for you.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all. 1 out for the Barnstormers, bottom 8. And here's Braxton Haggith, your left fielder. He takes a mighty swing and a miss. Strike 1. Pollock down 4-3. He's now 1 for 4 on the night. Haggith's got a base hit. He's 1 for 3 coming into this at bat. This one catches the inside part of the plate once again. So Ramos ahead of the count. No balls and 2 strikes with his team way up 16-5 over the Barnstormers. This one outside and low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Noah Murciano on deck here for the Barnstormers. 1-2 on Haggith. Here's the pitch, and that one catches the outside part of the plate. Strike 3 as he strikes out Braxton Haggith. 1 for 4 on the night now for the left fielder for Chatham-Kent. So ground out and a strikeout. Noah Murciano. Designated hitter in the 8th hole tonight for Chatham-Kent. Three groundouts. Last one a fielder's choice that produced a run, so he has an RBI to his name tonight. Good movement on the pitches so far tonight for Isaiah Ramos. That one misses the mark. 1 ball and no strikes on Noah Murciano. That one is swing and a miss.
Going pretty hard.
Yeah, good velocity and a mighty cut there from the DH for Chatham-Kent. There's a swing and a miss. Ground out, strikeout. Murciano now with 2 strikes against him, 0-2. Greg Kemble would be next up. Here's the 1-2 pitch and catches the outside corner. Strike 3 called. A strikeout Noah Murciano. So 1-2-3 inning for the Barnstormers, bottom 8. We go top 9, 16-5. Brantford with the lead. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball presented by Kent & Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Every family, every asset, every business we insure is a chapter in our story. We listen with open hearts, understanding that behind every insurance policy is a unique narrative. It's not just about numbers, it's about your dreams, your aspirations, your life. We take over your risks so you can live life to the fullest. Because we're not just some insurance people behind a desk, we're part of a community that has your back.
Now pitching for Chatham is number 13.
Back here at Fergie Jenkins Field, top nine. Mike Grenier along with Ed Myers and the rest of the crew are all here. Not the greatest of nights for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. I guess if you're peering in from the Brantford area and a supporter of the Red Sox, you're having a mighty fun evening watching this one. A 16-5 lead.
Game got away on the Barnstormers in the fourth inning, 6-run inning, and they poured it on ever since.
Crowd is thinned out a little bit now that we've moved to the top of the ninth inning, but they were holding strong here through 8 innings. Jeremy Veilleux, the number 5 hitter for Brantford, to kick off the top of the ninth, and now a swing and a miss. Straight strikes, boom, boom, boom. And Veilleux down on strikes.
The third baseman, number 13, Vada.
They have Desai now up, number 6 hole for Brantford. Straight strikes.
Vasilenic pitching.
That's number 13's up there. So Warren Vasilenic, and now after 4 straight strikes, going the other way into left field. A base hit for Desai. He's had a good night at the plate. He's got an RBI double. And he's also walked. Now he punches a single to left field.
Putting a good shortstop arm to good use with throwing strikes.
Very versatile young man. So he went from bench the first half of the game to
third to pitch.
Right. Coming in to replace the injured Robert Mackey mid at bat. Now he's in to mop this one up top 9, 16-5 for Brantford. Desai on first. And Evan Ryan, designated hitter in the number 7 hole. There's the 1-0, and he misses the mark low. 2 balls and no strikes. Crowd thinning out considerably here at Fergie Jenkins Field before the 9th inning begins. There's the pitch, high, ball 4. And Ryan draws the walk, so 2 men on.
How many walks would that be tonight?
That's a lot. That is a lot. 1, 4, 5.
13 walks, 1 hit batter. That tells you the tale of this game as well.
Graham Tebbett, number 8 hitter in the lineup. He's your right fielder tonight. This is his 6th at bat, coming off a single last inning in the 8th. 6 runs scored in the 8th, 6 runs scored in the 4th for Brantford. There's a swing and a miss. Good pitch from Vasilenic.
Get your cell phone out.
Another bug to identify. Looks like some kind of moth.
Prehistoric, I think.
Been here at this ballpark for centuries. There's a swing, and he gets a little piece of it. So he'll stay alive. Live, Graham Tebbett. RBI double. Single last at bat. He's also walked, so 3 times on base tonight for the right fielder for the Red Sox. 1-2 count from Vasilenic. He looks in, and here's the pitch, and strike 3 call, getting the outside part of the plate. Strikeout from Vasilek. Looking pretty good on the mound.
Well, he's a tall, lean guy. He slings the ball. I'm sure it's not the first time he's pitched. He's just not listed as a pitcher, but I'm sure in his career growing up, he's pitched a bit.
Here's Luke Allen. He's had a good night at the plate for Brantford tonight. He's seen a lot of the bases. He has walked twice, hit by a pitch, and he had a big 3-run home run back in that 4th inning, where they scored 6. 2 innings where they've scored 6 each time. Swing and a miss. Big cut by Allen. Torn Vasilek looking in. Here's the 1-1. Nice pitch again. Good movement, good velocity. 1 ball and 2 strikes. If this is going to be more of the norm going forward here.
It's all strikes, and so with velocity, be good closer. We don't have a good one.
There's a pitch that just misses the mark outside.
Garrett Day gave up his first earned run last night. He had an ERA of 0.00 going into the 8th inning last night, 9th inning.
Had a quick conversation with him after the game last night. This one inside and low, so this will fill up the count. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Luke Allen. Lots of bright spots on this team here for Chatham-Kent in their first year of existence. And you're going to have games like this.
Yep.
On the way.
Don't lose sight of that. And 42 games is a lot of games.
Vasilek ready. It's the 3-2 pitch and a swing and a ground ball to first. Picked up and taken by the bag. That's going to do it. Top of the 9th inning. So good job in relief by pitcher Torn Vasilek of the Barnstormers. No runs for the Brantford Red Sox. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Last kick of the can here for the Barnstormers. It's 16-5. Brantford with the lead. You're watching Barnstormer Baseball, presented by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Bottom of the 9th here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Queensmere and Chatham. Mike Renier along with Ed Myers and the rest of the crew all here. Peter Cobb on field level. We'll catch up with him after the game. Weston Brown, your producer. Stan Dominguez, your statistician. Myers, the pitch fly killer. So maybe that's a good omen now.
1 for 1.
To get a big bottom of the 9th here for Chatham-Kent.
Started positive things.
Sacrifice a fish fly. Get 11 runs. We'll see what happens. 16-5 Brantford with the lead. And the first pitch pumped in for a strike. Isaiah Ramos still out there for the Brantford Red Sox. We've got the winning and losing pitcher up here already from Dan Dominguez, but I won't announce it just yet because we're not done just yet.
No, can't put the bats away yet.
Strike one pitch on the way, and that one goes a bit high from Ramos. Greg Kemble. Kemble, Marcus, and Casera. Bottom 9 here for Chatham-Kent. You Hardy fans still remaining here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Pitch actually, they count 1 and 2, and there is a swing and a miss. And Kemble down on strikes. Make that 3 straight strikes. 3 straight strikeouts, I should say, for Brantford pitchers. And 4 out of the last 5, all going down on pace. 5 total on the night. And this one well outside from Ramos. Spencer Marcus back to the top of the order. Marcus, Casera, and we could get that far. That's strong, maybe with one more shot at it tonight. Fun to get Panda back on to see if we can have one
Always
more.
fun when he's got the bat in his hand because he doesn't get cheated out of his swings.
You can get one more Barnstormer on base to see if Steph can make it one more time at the plate. 1 ball and no strike on Marcus. 2 singles. He's also reached on an error. Swing and a miss. Already cut on that one. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Barnstormers back at it tomorrow afternoon. 4:05 first pitch. Labatt Park in London as the Majors will host the Barnstormers. And a fly ball, shallow right field. Chase for it, going over there and camping under it, making the catch. Nice run by Graham Tebbett. And 2 out Barnstormers down to the last out here tonight. Earlier today, Welland able to outlast Toronto St. Jackfish with another win. 7-5 over the Maple Leafs. So Welland having a great campaign so far. And speaking of the London Majors, they got shut out in 1-0. In contrast to a game like this, 1-0 game for the Guelph Royals.
They meet tomorrow.
There's a swing and a miss by Lee Casera, the center fielder. So Chatham-Kent going to London to take on the Majors tomorrow afternoon, and then London returning the favor Tuesday night. Next home game for the Barnstormers, Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Love to see you out here.
So they're wondering who will start tomorrow. We have no information on that, but curious to see who might start. Richardson, perhaps. He's had some spot starts and some relief appearances.
There's a chopper to third. Long throw over to first base. And pull to first baseman Burnett off the bag. And that will keep this game going here. Casera first base.
Lefty out to go.
Lefty coming up here to brighten our spirits a little bit. He knows it's been a long night.
Putting on the people.
Yeah, come over to the broadcast. Lefty having a fun first season as mascot here for the Barnstormers. So we do see Seth Strong one more time here tonight as he comes up 2 out, 1 on, bottom of the 9th. The tying run about a batting order and a half away.
Good pitch. Breaking pitch. Late breaking.
Strike 1 on Seth Strong. Dan Patel waiting on deck. We can extend the night. Sarah at first. Here's the pitch to Seth Strong. He muscles this one to right field and pulls it. And over the head of the right fielders and misplays it. And the Barnstormers looking for a run. Rounding third. Coming home to score is Casera on an RBI double from Seth Strong. And 15-6 as the night's extended.
It's important to finish this way. It really is. It's in the heads of the players, fans, everyone. That's your first stop for this game. That's how you finish.
Dan Patel, your cleanup hitter, strides in here now. Gotta forget about this one quickly. Move on to London tomorrow afternoon. And if you can get some momentum, as you said.
Yep,
New day tomorrow.
Short turnaround between games.
New day tomorrow against the Majors. That one pumped in for a strike. From the pitcher, Isaiah Ramos, his second inning of work for the Brantford Red Sox. And Patel, he's got an RBI single way back in the first. couple of comebackers back to the mound. Drove in a run on a fielder's choice ground ball last time out. He's down to his last strike, though, against Isaiah Ramos. And no balls and 2 strikes. Lefty versus lefty. Ramos versus Patel. Here's the pitch, and getting a little piece of it, fouling it off.
Little excuse me swing, but he got a piece of the ball at least.
Doing what he had to extend this ball game. Depth strong at second base. RBI double from him. Barnstormers down by 10, 16-6. Here's the 0-2, and cutting at it, getting a little piece of it, fouling it off, staying alive. And Patel.
The catchers must be tired. It's a long night. It took a couple of foul balls, and you got to be sopping wet.
As you mentioned, a short time between games. Back at it tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah.
On the bus up to Labatt Park for a 4:05 start. Swing and a miss, gets away from the catcher. And a formality down to first. Well, kind of a formality. That was all the easiest. Throw down to first. The ball game is over. A strikeout to wrap up this one. And the ball game is 16-6. The winners, Brantford. The Red Sox, a big win. They ride 2 innings where they each scored 6 runs. In the 4th inning and in the 8th inning, and this was a laugher for the visitors. Second time that Brantford's done this to CK this month.
They don't match up well with Brantford, obviously. Both times, same starting pitcher. Was very effective against us. Both times we've had trouble with our pitching. Throwing strikes, being consistent. And tomorrow's another day. So we'll see what happens. And we finished with a little bit of pride. We finished strong tonight.
We'll come back with our post-game show. A Brantford big win tonight, 16-6 over Chatham-Kent. You are watching Barnstormers Baseball, presented by Kent and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Whether you're commercial, industrial, or residential, Enyo Pest Advisors are here with passion and integrity to help. Call us for a no-obligation quote today, 226-627-4944. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Every family, every asset, every business we insure is a chapter in our story. We listen with open hearts, understanding that behind every insurance policy is a unique narrative. It's not just about numbers, it's about your dreams, your aspirations, your life. We take over your risks so you can live life to the fullest. Because we're not just some insurance people behind a desk, we're part of a community that has your back.
My time, think it's my year. They gon' have to retire my jersey early. Whole crew coming, had to work something, cause I had nothing in my pocket. Yeah, I did all that. Big plans, partners trying to make profits. Yeah, I did all that. Work, sweat, and tears breaking, even no ends. Yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen. Putting hours in my practice, I did all that. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, as Mr. Outstanding PA Man, Mr. Hoffman said. Thanks for hanging around, and my player of the game tonight, Chathamite teacher, and he was on base 4 times tonight, 3 for 3 and an error. I thought they were giving the hit. That was a sharply hit ball. Spencer Marcus, ladies and gentlemen, right here. Spence, I know it's always tough when you're on the wrong end of a baseball game, but let's talk about some of your at-bats tonight. What were you looking for?
Just looking for something I can put into play. You know, good things happen when you get the ball, and yeah, just looking for a pitch that I can hit.
And defensively out in the outfield, I really love our outfield. I mean, if that ball is in the park, you guys out there are going to go and get it.
Oh yeah, I was running back on it, and all of a sudden the fence is right there. So you kind of hate to see it, but you know, nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I hear you, my man. Hey, listen, I've always said, Spencer, when you stub your toe, like a game tonight, the beauty is you get to lace them up right again tomorrow, and you're going to head down to London, and then London is going to come right back here on Tuesday night. So this team's got to bounce back and be ready.
Yeah, we got a short memory, a couple bad games here and there, but we always bounce back and put up some numbers. So we're excited, yeah.
Well, we got the right kid in the leadoff position, I'll tell you. He makes great contact. He's a great baseball mind, and folks, he's from the Maple City right here in Chatham, and we're very proud of you, Spence. Thank you so much for joining me here on the post game and being our player of the game.
Thank you so much.
All right, Nick behind the camera, we're going to send it back upstairs.
Back here, post-game show at Fergie Jenkins Field on Tweedsmuir in Chatham. Mike Grenier along with Ed Myers. A long night. We had a long night last night in favor of CK, as they were okay with putting up 9 runs in the bottom of the 8th to make it a long night. Now the other side of things, as it was a big 16-5 win for Brantford over Chatham-Kent tonight.
Yep, the tables were turned, and that's baseball. And said a few minutes ago, it's 42-game schedule, and I'm sure we'll be ready to play come tomorrow. Got off to a bad start, and thought we had recovered in the first inning. We came back and scored some runs. They had a big inning in the 4th, and pretty much that was the tail of the game. It sort of went downhill from there for CK. They went up against very good pitching from Brantford, as they did last time Brantford was here. And the result was a loss.
Great starting pitching for Brantford, timely hitting. They really took advantage of all the opportunities they had. 16 runs, a big offensive uprising, but you mentioned good starting pitching. Bullpen was good too for Brantford. So just overall, the visitors coming in for the second straight time and just handing it to the Barnstormers. And Chatham-Kent just had a lot of tough times finding that strike zone all night long, no matter who was on the mound.
They did, and that's the bottom line. We kept talking about the box score and the fact that we out-hit Brantford, and yet we were scored 10 less runs, and there's got to be a stat missing, and the difference was in the walks and the hit by pitches that occurred during the game.
So now 6-10 for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. They drop a game here tonight. And now just a half game behind the Barnstormers are the Brantford Red Sox. So a big win on the road for them a little bit later on this evening. So you've got to have short memory when you have a game like this. I know it's hard to kind of walk off the field and shake this one off, but they have to, because they're right back at it on the road too tomorrow afternoon.
Well, part of the learning curve, and you have to be able to be resilient and clear the slate and come back tomorrow and be ready to go.
So it's a home and home. Actually, for both of these teams, getting ready for a home and home series. They're moving to London on the 4:01 tomorrow afternoon. 4:05 opening pitch up at Labatt Park in London, one of the oldest ballparks, if not the oldest ballpark in all of Canada.
I think it's they claim to be the oldest in the world.
In the whole world,
yep.
So if you can.
They have a marker there that indicates that, and I believe it to be true.
So if you want to cheer on the Barnstormers heading up there tomorrow, or hey, if you're a London Majors fan, going to the ballpark, cheer on your team tomorrow. 4:05 is the opening pitch for the Barnstormers and the London Majors, and then London coming to town here on Tuesday night for 7:35 opening pitch, and that's going to be a good night. That's the Chatham Colored All-Stars honoring night. The Black Historical Society putting on that evening, so it should be a great night and a fantastic budding rivalry on Tuesday.
Looking forward to it.
So that's going to do it, and also a home and home for the Brantford Red Sox coming up too, as Brantford will go back home tomorrow as the Barrie Baycats will come into town, and then the Brantford Red Sox will pay them the visits up in Barrie on Wednesday. So a couple of teams going home and home moving forward from here. So that's about all we can wrap this up with, I do believe. It was just a long night for the Barnstormers. They drop one to the Brantford Red Sox by a final score of 16-6. I want to thank everybody who again made this broadcast possible. Thank you for tuning in. On behalf of my good friend Ed Myers to my left, Peter Cobb is always doing an amazing job on the field tonight. Your producers making us look really, really good, Wes and Brad McDonald. Dan Dominguez, our statistician, and anybody else who I'm forgetting, I do apologize, but thank you for tuning in on this Saturday night. My name is Mike Renier. One final time, your final score, the Brantford Red Sox 16 and the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers 6. Have a great night.